the yeah, Santa wants me to put up my charts. So, am I not doing something? Like, why don't you just come in there and ask me? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know.
you type in the chat all day. Um, the say something about the um, see if market's trying to bounce. Um,
I'm just testing this music to try to get it at a good level. I don't know. Same thing we do every day. Get on there and fucking talk. Oh. Blast off. That's right, Germ Corp. What's up, guys? Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody feeling? It's a work in progress, milady. We're getting there. We're getting there. Mark Islam Amour. Hope I pronounced that correctly, my friend. Good morning, good morning. Mr. Burry. Good to see you, Bratney. Good to see you, good to see you. How's everybody feeling? Thank you, Crypto. And thank you for suffering with me during that Raiders game. Voice a bit quiet? Okay. Let's see. You know what? I appreciate that. I'm going to need a little bit of help today on the audio. Let me know how this music sounds, if that's too, if the music's too low. Mr. Santa, good morning, good morning. Or if the music's too high, if the mic's too low. That was rough. That was rough, especially watching with a Chiefs fan. So yes, it was, okay. I adjusted the mic, Germ Corp. Is it still quiet? Voice is good now? Perfect, perfect. All right. I like that MIA. I like that one. Let's get started. Let's see where we're at today. Take a look at these 5 things to get us started.
Higher volume one.
Okay. So yesterday the NASDAQ closed at lowest levels in over 2 years. And the big news with Jamie Dimon, I know we talked about it on here yesterday, him keep running his mouth, how it could, the market could still fall another 20% depending on how the Federal Reserve continues to handle its battle against decades high inflation. So that's nothing that we didn't know. Bank of England is expanding its emergency bond buying program, which is set to expire Friday, in a bid to calm the volatile debt market in the UK. The sell-off in bonds, known as gilts in Britain, threatened to ruin what are known as liability-driven investment funds, which are in turn widely held by pension funds in the UK, which is, I think, the most essential part of that when you're dealing with pension funds. Oh, breaking news. IMF cuts global growth forecast for the next year, warns the worst is yet to come. That's the International Monetary Foundation or Federation. Or so that's not good. So, you know, just like Jay Powell missed the ball and, you know, everything's transitory until it's too late. It seems like the same thing now. We've been in a recession for a few months now, and finally they're starting to acknowledge it. Too little, too late. Let's see, number 3. Ukraine vows to strike back after Russian missiles rained down on several Ukrainian cities, killing civilians and damaging the power grid. President Zelensky vowed to make Russia's forces feel even more pain on the battlefield. So nothing good there. You know, don't want to see fighting on either side. GM on Tuesday said it's launching a new business unit called GM Energy that will offer people a variety of products and services to help people produce and store electricity at home and offices. GM Energy will sell battery packs, solar panels, and cloud software that will connect electric vehicles to energy utility companies. Okay, so GM, and I have to think we know GM's relationship with the government as far as subsidies, things like that. So I have to think. Bratney Glitch, you got me on that one. The things you say, you're unbelievable. Oh! And the fifth thing to know this morning before the market opens is Apple thrives as PC shipments fall. That seems like an oxymoron. Slowing demand and persistent supply chain problems are taking a toll on the global personal computer market. Shipments declined 15% year over year during the third quarter, according to new findings from International Data Corp. Lenovo, HP, and Dell saw shipments decline by particularly large margins, respectively. Apple was the sole bright spot among PC makers during the quarter. So, Apple fanboy stuff. So that is the 5 things we need to know going into the opening here in just about 25 minutes. Margin call time? Could be. FNGR has been invited to present at the Emerging Growth Conference, which is being held virtually October 12th. So that's tomorrow. So typically with these plays when they're presenting at a conference, a lot of times it turns out to be a buy the rumor, sell the news type thing. I'm not too familiar with FNGR, but could look for a run up, or you get the opposite. You get some kind of announcement or some kind of presentation at the conference that could lead to a run up. So we'll keep an eye on that. Hyde and Wright. Good morning, Hyde. Diane B, no breakfast this morning, just coffee. Just coffee. That's all. Nikki had pancakes, though. Hope you're doing well. Santa, I hope your better half is doing well. I know she's been on the up and up. And Diane, hopefully Tom's mom is on the road to recovery. So sending thoughts to all you guys. Always thinking about yous. Caesar had tears for breakfast. Caesar suffered a heartbreaking defeat last night. If certain decisions would have been made by the Raiders coaching staff, Caesar would have won his fantasy football. The Raiders could have possibly won the game. But instead, me and Caesar both went to bed losers last night. But we are back. What else we got going on? Thank you, Grant. Yeah, I wanted to test these out with you guys and see what you thought. And, I know it gets a little quiet without some background noise. So hopefully I'm going to continue to build it. It's not a big catalog yet, but we're going to get there. So if you hear the same songs a couple times, I apologize. It is what it is right now. What else? Got the clock up there. Caesar, I'm still working on a Bitcoin ticker by itself, but I'm going to get that in for you. Don't think I forgot. No, Lobo. Nope. We ain't going there. Yeah. Well, there was a lot of... I can't blame the game on the refs, although that penalty... on the missed field goal was complete garbage, but the penalty on roughing the passer on the Chiefs when it should have been a sack, strip, fumble, recovery for the Chiefs. Terrible officiating all around. And the meme of Hunter Renfrow running into Devontae Adams on the last play of the game will probably be a great meme. Morning, Mr. Cogswell, Arctic Fox, Alaska. Great to see you, my man. Last Kazi standing. Good morning, Rich. Hope you and Karen are doing well, my friend. Credit Suisse sliding further after Goldman suggests $8 billion capital shortfall. Yeah, Jerem Corp, it's real weird how much Jamie Dimon has really been in the spotlight with this now, and how much... I've seen him on every news outlet pushing this recession fear. And I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not, but it's just strange how all of a sudden, like I said, this isn't, they're acting like they found some new material that come to find out we really are in a recession. Like it's nonsensical almost. Yeah, yeah, you're exactly right, Lobo. You're exactly right. With the uptick in concussions over the past couple weeks, but still, you got to analyze the plays. That guy sacked Carr, had the ball in one hand, and still risked a wrist injury by coming down on his hand. So trust me, I'm as big of a Raider fan as you get. But right is right and wrong is wrong, and that was a terrible call, and it could have cost the Chiefs the game. But then they gave it back to him on the other one. Awesome, awesome. Thank you, Germ Corp. Put the Credit Suisse story in the Discord. Beautiful. Intel Google Cloud launched new chip to improve data center performance. E2000 chip takes over the work of packaging data for networking for the expensive central processing units. So, more AI on the way. Is that what we're getting out of this? I mean, I know that's just a chip. Interesting. Do we have any news, Junk Savvy? I'm gonna put you on the spot with that. And good morning as well. Do we have news how soon that is? Well, I only ask because I'm wondering, with that being something new, with them building the plant over here in America, if maybe that'll be something that they could be produced there. Oh, you know we're gonna have the Halloween version, Mr. Burry. Anyone knows me knows I like to do Halloween. Yeah, I guess, Santa. I guess. I guess it's good for the betters. FlexJet is planning to merge with Todd Bowley's blank check firm Horizon Acquisition Corp. It said on Tuesday in a deal that will value the combined company at $3.1 billion, including the debt. FlexJet provides a fractional jet ownership and leasing to ultra-high net worth individuals on a subscription-based model and will list on the New York Stock Exchange under the ticker FXG. And you can look for them coming up at the Catalina Wine Mixer. The Fed today is referring to a 5-year projection correction on inflation. I think that's just nonsense, Rick. Don't you? I mean, do you think that they can? Do you think that they have the capabilities to even project out that far, to even put a plan together with so many variables that can do it in that kind of way, or is this the ultimate kick the can situation? And update, I was wrong on something yesterday, just to correct myself, because normally that's how it works. Normally we get CPI followed up by PPI. The PPI is coming out tomorrow, and then we get CPI on Thursday. So typically not as big of a reaction to PPI. I'm not sure why they're flip-flopped this time. That's what I mean, Rick. Like, I don't think they can do a 6-month plan. So it's what is a 5-year plan? You know. Yeah. So Birdie was talking about that yesterday on Credit Suisse splitting up, and you know, I had asked him because I know they're kind of apples and oranges when you're talking about Credit Suisse and Evergrande, but a lot of similarities with what they're doing as far as is getting rid of the splitting it up in a way that's going to work out for some people. And I don't know. Well, you know, I can't be mad at Mama Lobo, so I'll leave it at that, Lobo. Good stuff though. I don't hate, you know. It was all good. I was able to work, and I was able to watch the game with a Chiefs fan. I had a fellow Raider fan there with me as well, with non-refundable. So, Oh, the chips are released already. Got you, Junk Savvy. Yeah, I misinterpreted that. I thought that was something. I thought it was something coming up, or that they had just signed and were just starting. So thank you for the clarification there. Russia's financial monitoring agency, Rosfin Monitoring, has added U.S. tech giant Meta Platforms to its list of terrorists and extremists. Well, we don't negotiate with terrorists. That's an interesting play, I guess. Randy, my brother, I am so sorry, my man. Man, I know he was fighting. I know we just talked about this the other day. Randy, my deepest condolences, my friend. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Yeah, I'm here for you. If there's anything in the world, Randy, I could do, or we could do. It's yeah, it's not. My heart goes out to you, brother. My heart goes out to you, to the whole family. And you'll get through this, Randy. I know that's a kind of a crappy thing to say, but I know what a strong guy you are, and I know how loved you are. And I see how much we love you around here. I have to only imagine you have that love outside of this community as well. So stay strong, my friend. Yeah, just can't always put a positive spin on everything, guys. But life happens, and this is what this community is all about right here. Is being there for the people that we care about in the tough times. It's easy to have friends when everything's good. When the charts are green, everything's flying, memes are going. It's real easy. But when the rubber hits the road and you need a friend, you better know that this is the place to be. And we love you, brother. That's another great point, Junk Savvy. It is great that family was able to be around, and it makes a difference. It does, and never gone. It's never goodbye, Randy. It's just to see you later. It's just to see you later, brother. I thought I had a options trader with me. I haven't heard him talk yet, though. I'm sure he's.
You just can't get me to stop talking. So I just thought I'd give you a moment. My apologies.
I figured you were deep in thought.
I am deep in some Max Paynes right now. AMC's Max Payne this week, $7. AMC's Max Payne next week, $13. GME's is the same way. It is $25.50 for this week, depending on what data you use, and then it goes all the way to 30 flat on GME from this week to next week. Tesla is also a really decent jump. It goes from 235 to the 273.33 in 1 week. So Max Payne's less than 235 this week. If I'm looking at it as
real quick, why such a big jump? That's almost just to bring it back a little bit to the AMC Max Paynes.
Yes, sir.
Is it just because those calls were bought like long ago? Like why the $6 difference? You said this week's $7, next week's $13.
No, because there's a massive amount of open interest and volume at those levels. Right now, you're looking at Let me get that exact number for you. I just had that up. The AMC has 12,000 calls, $7 this week, and has upwards of 30,000 calls on 15 next week, along with 15,000 calls at 10, the 10 strike as well. You also have 26 strike, 30,000 calls for absolutely no reason. I've never seen a max chart do that, to be honest with you.
Interesting.
I don't know if you're able to see that, but
hold on, let me bring you up here. Give me 1 second.
No, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I was looking to show you. I can send it to the...
Oh, it's just the image. Gotcha.
Yeah. But it's very, very strange if you're looking at it on MaximumPain.com. Maximum/.com/options/AMC. I do not go and condone whatever else you find on those other websites if you did not type it correctly.
Okay.
I'm just gonna throw that disclaimer out there. That looks like a one of those one button features. But I'm looking at all of those random things right now happening where you have Tesla and it has a good amount of calls to the upside. You have Google. You have Google having upwards of 10,105 calls. If Google goes 105, that's what, maybe the SPY 3. I wouldn't be hesitant to say 370, 368.
Yeah, I would say that. I mean, if Google goes to 105, that's about
Right.
a 6%. That's like a 6% move to the upside on Google's
Right.
6.5.
What I would be curious to see happen, because I love using the SQs in the morning. We have 6 minutes, by the way. In the morning right here, I like to use the SQs because sometimes the SPY just wants to go and freak people out. So they'll go and make it look crazy. I like to use the SQs because it's going to just be adverse. Right at where we are, it has the ability to just stop where it is and come to the downside. If it does, then I think we're actually going to go probably more red into the later half of the day. What I'm looking for right this second, though, is I'm assuming we're either going to get stopped on just from these pre-market candles. I'm looking at a 6209, like we were still looking at yesterday. We broke up above it, but we weren't able to hold it. The fact that we broke down on these two candles about 625, 655 on a 5-minute chart pre-market. We broke back through those. I don't like that. And then we used it for resistance right there again at 755. I think that if we can go back right to that area, I think we're probably going to get a movement towards 60, I'd say 62.25, and then I immediately see a rejection and then some downside on the SQs, which would bring the overall market upward. So I think that we're going to get a little bit of good, hey, here's your breath, take it, and then more of the same with your 5-year data. The Big Daddy plan is what I call it, the 5-year plan.
Yeah, maybe it was a 10-year plan.
Yeah, maybe it was 10 years.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, it seems strange to me. The Jamie Dimon stuff, just the way it's a lot of FUD out there. Ron D, what's up, Ron D? What's up, Dorzosaurus? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
the max pain on the SPY, I believe 2 days, or the 14th, excuse me, is up to 269 giggity.
That's Thursday or Friday?
That is
Friday, right?
Friday. Yes, sir.
Verizon, 10-year new enterprise infrastructure solutions contract. Verizon would modernize the global communications infrastructure and provide IT services. They're going to take that money and run, Diane, like they took that $20 billion that they got over time. We're supposed to have free internet from Verizon in New York State. They were given like $20 billion over 10 years, and they didn't do nothing with it. Banana.
Real quick, I want to reiterate just so that everybody's clear. I think that the market is going to run down to its bottom, get held on the SPY right about 358, 357, high 357. If it goes down to that, I would like to then reverse back up to the upside. Excuse me, and I'm going to be looking for probably the area of 230 on Tesla. And that's going to be for probably this week in and out. And then I'm going to be looking at the SQs to the downside and scaling into a couple of those positions on the SPY down to probably I would call it 356 or so. Because I think we're going to 343.
All right. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Let's get ready to rumble.
Yes. I bid you a good day. I will...
My better half is doing fantastic. Dorzosaurus doing fantastic. He's at school right now.
If Mara decides that it wants to break back to the low side here of 1080, I would assume that's probably going to come back towards about $10 flat.
All right, under a minute, guys. When Moon, soon GTA. The Raiders looked like they were headed there last night, but then unfortunate things happened. There you go, Hyde. Safety first, then teamwork. You know it, brother.
Wear your hard hat.
Yep. All right, guys. 30 seconds till liftoff.
I'm going to make a couple trades and I will hop in and give you I'm going to try to get out of a couple things and go in.
All right. Screenshot. Screenshot or it didn't happen.
Oh, I got pictures for days. I got an OnlyFans here, baby.
Attaboy.
Market's open. Ding, ding.
All right, guys. Good luck. Remember, keep an eye on your own charts. You will get that slight YouTube delay. But we are off and running. Markets opening cold. NASDAQ opening down just about 0.5%. Same with the S&P. Dow opening down about 1/4. Let's see here. We got Apple opening down 0.5%, Amazon down 1%, both those Googles down slightly, Meta down 1.25%, Microsoft down, fallen. Man, all these top 10 in the S&P. Take a look at these. All in the red.
I think they're going to drop for a little bit. But I think they're going to just bounce.
I am not looking forward to this heat map updating today because it's going to be not going to be a lot of green out there. Palantir, some Palantir news. Thank you, Diane. Palantir Federal Cloud Service offering has received a Department of Defense Impact Level 6 PA from the Defense Information System Agency. With this accreditation, Palantir expands its cloud offering to 19. Man, and you know, Palantir is one of those stocks, Diane. There's a couple traders that I follow that still buy Palantir every week, regardless of price, regardless of they. I'm not sure what that was, Last Kazi. There's some creatures around. As you see, I'm in the wilderness. Palantir joins Microsoft and Amazon Web Services as one of the only 3 companies with an IL6 provisional authorization from the DISA, that's the Defense Information System Agency, for their cloud offerings. So that's potentially big news for Palantir. How are they faring off this? Down 0.37%, but on the climb. So Palantir is sitting at 801. Nice, crypto, nice. You know, the best thing about those government contracts, they're guaranteed. You know, you don't have to worry about economical situations. You don't have to worry about supply. You know, you take so much of the worry out when you have direct to government contracts, especially with the Department of Defense.
Apology. Tesla right here is where I would like this to bounce. It's more than likely going to...
I don't know what right here is.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Right here, 219.80, I would prefer. FNHC is flying right.
Yeah, what was the news on this? They're up 166%, 43.69 cents. And let me find the news on this. I don't even see news on it. And then you got DICE Therapeutics, DICE, that's up 78%, and that is DICE announced positive top-line data from its phase 1 trial of DC-806, an oral small molecule antagonist of the pro-inflammatory cytokine IL-17. Following 4 weeks of treatment, the mean percentage reduction in psoriasis area and severity index from baseline was 43.7% in the high-dose group, compared to 13.3% in the placebo group. So, DICE is a bigger company. They're not a one-trick pony, so you may not see that same kind of effect that we see with smaller pharmaceutical companies. As they get trial data out, we see a run-up, then we see a lull going into, whether it's the next phase of the trial, whether FDA approval is the next phase of it. With a company like DICE, little bit different. I think you'll probably still see a little bit of a retrace after this run up on this news, but they're not a lowball company that has all their stock in one thing. So, and that's up 81%, 44.42. FORG, Forge Rock Inc. That's another one, up 49.16%. Careful on this one. Still a little bit of upside on it, but just be careful. So they are being bought by Thomas Bravo LLC for $23.25 a share in an all-cash transaction valued at $2.3 billion. Stock's currently sitting at $22.62. So like I said, you got about 63 cents of upside, but I would be careful with that.
I'm taking a position on SQs here to the downside.
SQs to the down at
I'm
SQs to
looking.
the downside.
Yes, the SQQQ.
So you're buying puts on them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Um,
just for people, let me just explain that real quick, just so there's no
yes, sir.
confusion. SQs, obviously, we know how these work. They're inverse the Nasdaq 100. So if you're playing the SQs to the downside, you're playing the Nasdaq to the upside. Go on. Sorry, I just wanted to.
No, I spoke it very well. No, I didn't have much. I was just letting everybody know. I would be looking at something either like a 60 right now, because I know that it probably is returning back to the 55 area, but I'm not gonna go and try to press my luck. Tesla popped. Tesla is doing it for me after I just went to build a bunch of those contracts too. SQs are getting bodied right here. You're going to start seeing a bounce in the market, I believe.
Oh, drugs back at it, huh? Good old drugs.
Back at it again with the white band.
DRUG, Bright Minds Bioscience, up 1.68%, back over that dollar mark, 101.7. We'll see if we get a turnaround here, get this heat map updated in a few minutes. Long on the SQs, Germ Corp, interesting. Interesting. And those SQs right now up on the day 2.5%. So Enzo thinking we can pull back a little bit. I don't know if we're gonna see a turnaround. What else we got? Twitter in the red. Twitter down half or a 0.25%. Ape down at 183, down another 1.5%. DWAC down about 0.5%, 1591 on DWAC. That Palantir that we talked about back under $8, 796 on Palantir. Rivian recovering a little bit after falling yesterday on that recall news. And what else? Metamaterials, another big day for Metamaterials. MMAT just under the 80-cent mark, 79.99 cents there. I like it, Germ Corp. Been buying on every NASDAQ high over the last 18 months. Beautiful. And, that's got to be paying off because now, like I said, the NASDAQ closed yesterday at a two-year low, I believe. I think
Uber is doing something to the downside.
Uber?
Yeah.
Oh yes, Uber falling down 9%, 24.81 on Uber. Let's see if there's any news on that. U.S. Department of Labor releases proposal to make companies reclassify independent contracting as employees. So that is probably, I don't know the specifics of what that means, but obviously employees, you're going to get into benefits, things like that, insurance, different kinds of coverages. So probably going to be, I would think, a costly thing for companies like Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, anything like that. We could do that today. Rich. I still got that giant Randy Savage Slim Jim.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I was supposed to eat it when AMC got to 18, but then it didn't happen. Uh, yeah, and when is that? I think we figured that out, Junk Savvy, a while back when the compliance would be an issue for metamaterials. I forget the exact date. But yeah, I think there's quite a few stocks that are going to be forced into a reverse split type situation. Yeah, Diane, I had a pre-order on that one and the one out of China, and they kept getting delayed, and then I ended up canceling both orders on those IPOs. But yeah, LASE. I remember it was listing for $5. Now only at $2.93, and that's up 56% in the day.
I'm looking for Tesla to go to the upside here, and the SQs to come back through like they are. SPY to go and catch a base right here at 356.98, which is kind of close. I said 357, I think. I would like to see this break on Tesla 222.94, get up there and substantiate that area. Twitter looks like it's going to come to the downside. But it has the ability to hold right there at the 07, again at 49. I like the overall market being heavy right now, but I do want to go and reiterate there is a lot of risk to playing anything upside, so make sure that you're also hedging your position elsewhere.
Awesome. Junk Savvy, thank you for that link, guys. That's definitely worth checking out, especially if you have some long-term holdings that maybe were set it and forget it type situations. That's a list of everybody, all the companies that are in non-compliance now. So, appreciate that. Really, a Rowdy Piper energy drink? Oh. And great play on that, Diane. Waited and got in at 250. Beautiful. Beautiful. That was the dip before the rip. And now with, just like we were talking about with the other company, a Navy contract, in my eyes, that's as good as gold. You know, anything that you're getting from the Department of Defense or anything kind of associated with that, I think that money's guaranteed because it's not questioned. You know, I think a lot of even some sectors of government contracts, you have to worry, if a new administration comes in, will this, whatever the case may be. But I think when it comes to defense issues, no one really ever questions that budget.
Upside.
You know what? My sister's got a smoke machine, Bratney. If need be, I could get my hands on it. She goes big on Halloween, so she's got smoke machines outside her house and all that stuff.
There goes the SQ turning back. SPY is going. I'm sorry. The Tesla's moving. Actually. I have Tesla calls that I just went and bought a lot of. I'm looking right here.
Not financial advice, folks.
Not financial advice by any means, but I'm just a guy that drools on his keyboard. But right now, you just saw SQ's break VWAP, and not only that, but SPY broke VWAP up, going through or coming through the bottom, trying to get to that 50. Right here, Twitter's double bottoming perfectly. If that holds, I think that problem.
All right, there's our first look at that bloody heat map. Not looking great. Not looking very great. GGE. Is that, were you in and out of that yesterday, Junk Savvy? GGE? And that's Green Giant Inc. That is, real estate play, if I'm correct. Real estate rental development and operations. Boy, that's risque, getting in on some Chinese real estate. I'm sure you could sell it to me, Lobo. I'm sure I probably would have bought too. No doubt about it. I don't know. When is it fashionable to start celebrating Halloween? Like, if I showed up tomorrow with a costume on, would it be like, what's this dude doing? Or would it be like, hey, this guy loves Halloween? Still in GGE? What were you in and out of yesterday? Didn't you make, I thought you were out of something that you got in and out. I'm rusty. It's all coming back to me. Trust me, I'll have all your guys' portfolios in my head in no time. I gotta update it a little bit. Grumpy old man, what's up, Grumpy? Good to see you, buddy. Good morning, good morning. And again, guys, let me know, whether in here or in the suggestions in Discord, whatever. Let us know what you think of the music, how you like it, any changes, all that good stuff. The clock's looking good. You know what I mean? You can see what time it is now. APDN, that was the one. Applied DNA. Because I know you mentioned GGE, so I know you got in, and I don't know why I assumed that was the one you got out of. Either way, congrats on those tendies, and hopefully GGE can yield you some of those greenbacks as well. So, under the $8 mark for AMC and Ape, you got AMC at $6.15, Ape at $1.79. So sitting at about $7.79 combined total. Oh, nice, Lobo. Yeah, we've got it's big business around here. I know the one, so we always have one that opens every year, and then there's like 2 or 3 other ones that, maybe 1 year 2 other ones open, 1 year 1 opens. I haven't been out enough to see how many they got here this year. I think that they're gonna crush, because I think only a small amount of their inventory kind of goes bad. Now I know they blow the inventory out after Halloween, but with the exception of a small thing of characters that maybe came out between last Halloween and now, everything's all rehashed. So I'm sure Party City, I'm sure all those kind of places are sitting on a ton of inventory, because again, costumes, I see the same costumes that I wore when I was a kid, and I think they're gonna do great, and I look forward to it. Tesla. Tesla ripping. up 0.65% now, 224.39. See if I could pull that SPY up. SPY still down 0.75%. And the NASDAQ, once again, over that 1% loss, down 1.08%. The S&P down 0.79%. And the Dow down about 0.25%. So red, 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 red. That's okay. We'll find some green. So man, what's a little bit scary to me? Looking across a couple of financial news sites, all the top news right now, from what I'm seeing, is all centering around Ukraine and Russia. You got that as 1 and 2, and then you have the Jamie Dimon stuff still kind of lingering. Don't like to see that. Google selects Coinbase to take cloud payments with cryptocurrencies and will use its custody tool. So Google and Coinbase linking up. And also we are getting into earnings season once again. And don't think there's any big earnings today. I know Pepsi's tomorrow, a few other midliners. Things heat up a little bit later in the week, and then next week we'll get into full swing of hearing how bad companies did. Halloween, the day when radio personalities can go on TV. I love it. That's true, Cassie. That's true. That's got to be bittersweet, having a Halloween birthday. But in the other sense, Cassie, you've got a birthday that, like, your friends have no excuse to forget. You know what I mean? Like, I don't remember all my friends' exact birthday just because there's so many days, but Halloween, and my middle dog's birthday is on Halloween, so I don't ever forget his. Germcorp, been seeing some inventory glut discounts in the local supermarkets. Huge flat screen TVs for less than $300. Sales are coming. Yeah, well, I think a little bit of a what is it? Like the whipsaw effect, where we had that big period early last year where people were, people had extra money. People were buying TVs at record paces because they had the money. So what that did was that triggered places like Walmart, stuff like that, to keep increasing what they were buying, because they're, what they buy is based on what they sell. So then those sales wore up, and now you have all this extra inventory, and in the meantime, now you have the people that were making the TVs at a standstill as companies like Walmart and stuff try to blow out their inventory. Target, that's another one. Obviously, a lot of others in the same situation. And I think also, Germcorp, with that, I think, corporations know that there's more pain to come. So if they can, if they can get $300 for a TV today, rather than not be able to sell it 2 months from now when people are 2 months more, further into a recession. Take the money and run. This is true. This is true, Rich, and it's still a thing around here. Tesla coming back down, going red now, 222.79. So here's that article. On the IMF. International Monetary Fund predicts global growth will slow to 2.7% next year, 0.2 percentage points lower than its July forecast, and anticipates 2023 will feel like a recession for millions around the world. Aside from the global financial crisis and the peak of the pandemic, this is the weakest growth profile since 2001. Its GDP estimate for this year remains steady at 3.2%, which was down from the 6% seen in 2020. So already down 50% as far as global GDP goes. Or already down 50% from the 6% last year. And the exact quote is, "The worst is yet to come, and for many people, 2023 will feel like a recession." Are they living in 2022? Because it feels like that right now. In its report, the IMF laid out 3 major events currently hindering growth: Russia's invasion, the cost of living crisis, and China's economic slowdown. Together, they create a volatile period economically, geopolitically, and ecologically. The war in Ukraine continues to powerfully destabilize the global economy, according to the report, with its impacts causing a severe energy crisis in Europe, along with destruction in Ukraine itself. The price of natural gas has more than quadrupled since 2021, as Russia now delivers less than 20% of 2021 levels. Food prices have also been pushed up as a result of the conflict. Agreed, but again, I think that's pointing too many fingers at one thing and not taking any responsibility on our own. But either way, the IMF anticipates global inflation will peak in late 2022, increasing from 4.7% in 2021 to 8.8%, and that it will remain elevated for longer than previously expected. China's zero COVID policy and its resulting lockdowns continue to hamper its economy. Property makes up around 1/5 of China's economy, and as the market struggles, the ramifications continue to be felt globally. For emerging markets and developing economies, the shocks of 2022 will reopen economic wounds that were only partially healed following the pandemic. So, not anything positive in that report. Yes, please, Rick Cogswell. Thank you, sir. Please don't forget to smash that like button if you're not already subscribed. All that. Share it with a friend. Yeah, I think that's on its way too. I don't know what to expect with the cars, Germ Corp, because I think it depends on how far this green movement goes. And I predicted this a long while back that when they do and not that they're not making the big push now, but when production is at a level that they can try to, not force it upon people, but really incentivize people to buy an EV. I think that's when we see a modern day cash for clunkers, push, pull, or drag it in, whatever campaign you want to cite. Yeah, that's true. Inflation, people buy the essentials. Yeah, if you're anybody out there that that uses like Facebook Marketplace, things like that, you'll see people selling a lot of, I guess you would call them luxury items. Things, not things that you need to get by, but non-refundable. What's up, brother? Awesome. Thank you, Junk Savvy. So, yeah, Pepsi earnings tomorrow. Then Thursday, we got BlackRock, Commercial Metals, Delta Airlines, Fastenal, Progressive, Taiwan Semiconductors, Walgreens Boots Alliance. Is that just Walgreens, or is that a different company? If you know. And then Friday, we get into some banking, JP Morgan. And JP Morgan kind of already dropping the hammer on that with Jamie Dimon. Then Wells Fargo, Citigroup, First Republic Bank, Morgan Stanley, PNC United Health, and U.S. Bancorp. We might have to. Well, see I don't know. I don't know how localized that situation is, Germ Corp, as far as car inventories, because I hear people in certain areas where there's no problem with it, and then around here it's still, I guess it depends on what you're looking for too. Like I said, my ex-wife waited like 5 months for she had a truck, and then her kids went off to college, so what they wanted to do was she didn't need the truck anymore. It's just her and Nikki as far as transportation, so she was downsizing, and just to I think it's a Chevy Malibu, nice car, nothing flashy though, pretty basic, and she had to wait over 4 months to get it. And then I told you guys about it when she got it. It had a hose that was already disconnected. It had to get fixed before it even drove off the lot, which was pretty crazy. Which I think we're going to see more of, unfortunately, as people kind of as expectations at jobs get lower, in the sense of there's a lot more restrictions of how you can reprimand employees nowadays. And I'm not saying that anybody should have the right to be a jerk to their employees or anything like that. But there's a lot of things that you kind of have to let employees get away with nowadays. Things like that. And nothing specific that I think really affects anything, but just the whole attitude of people not really taking pride in their jobs, not really feeling like there's an authority figure, feeling like they should be able to do what they want. It's a slippery slope. So I think we're going to see, unless things change, we're going to see not just more expensive products, but more shoddily made products, more, things that corners get cut on more often. Yeah, I think that's kind of what's happening here too, Cassie. I think it was I think we got so low on inventory, it was so noticeable, and now I think we're kind of getting back to the inventory, just because I think production continues while consumption doesn't. Wow, someone was having a Ferrari Enzo delivered, 2 million. The delivery driver put and totaled it on the only dual carriageway limited to 40 miles per hour. Interesting. Very interesting. And the market's still falling off. NASDAQ now down 1.66%. S&P down 1.09%. The Dow holding up a little bit, but down 0.32%. Take a look at that heat map one more time. Maybe we can find something that's got some, find a sector that's got some green for us. So technology getting crushed, communications getting crushed, consumer cyclical. The smaller companies doing good. Lowe's, Home Depot, O'Reilly, AutoZone, all kind of green. Then you got consumer defensive. That's up. Walmart up. Target up. Dollar General. And then everything else, you got the drug manufacturers carrying the weight of the healthcare sector right now, with J&J up, Merck up, financial all red, industrials they had a good day yesterday, a little bit of pullback there. Real estate all pretty red. So it's looking like consumer defensives is the place to look. So there you go. We can get a green watch list up there just like that. Bam, bam. All right, 10:08, guys. We are 38 minutes into the Trader Day here on our second day in action. Thank you so much, guys, for coming back, throwing this support. Love it. Tennis is physical. What's up, my brother? Adding 2K shares on that LIDAR. I always think that that's LIDAR, even though I know it's not. LIDR, that is AI Inc. Trading down now at $1.08. Love it. Buy that dip and then sell that rip, baby. You know what to do. Yeah, oh yeah, they fixed it. They fixed it, Michael. And she hasn't had any issues on it. It was just weird. I mean, it was, stuff happens. At least they noticed it at the dealership, so she hadn't drove off with it, and she said they were real nice about it, took care of it. That's a great point, non-refundable. I like that. I'm tired of the dollar weakness. Don't pay people more, make the dollar buy more. You're absolutely right, and it's all artificial when they talk about, well, we need to raise minimum wage to this. Okay, minimum wage is a state of mind when you're doing that, because it's an automatic justification for prices to raise on everything. Well, we got to pay our employees this now. You know what I mean? They need to. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be a minimum wage. I think that thinking that raising minimum wage is going to solve all kinds of problems, I think, is a little bit naive. And I think the more that we push for it, and maybe it's not a bad thing, but the more that we push for it, the more the companies that have the financial ability and are in the kind of company to automate absolutely will. It just gives them further incentive. If you paid every fast food worker $20 an hour, it would then probably cost you $30 to eat at that fast food restaurant. So it's tough because a job is a job, and I've got nothing but respect for anybody working anything, whether it's the person at the drive-through, whether it's a nuclear scientist. You know what I mean? They get the same respect from me. If you're making an honest day's living, I don't care what you do. You know what I mean? You never know what someone's situation is. You never know if that person at the drive-through is, you know, maybe they're an accountant and they're just trying to make ends meet. You never know. But just blindly forcing companies to pay employees more money doesn't work out good for anybody, in my opinion. Still in on that Arctic Fox, that Heartbeam Inc. BEAT. That's up at 526, up about 12% right now. And I like that. I remember when we first kind of heard about that Arctic Fox, and it was right after we got the Apple news with the satellites, and after looking into it, finding out that, you know, one of the main purposes of Apple, including that, is for things like heart monitoring, things like that, where if you're alone, you know, and I know some people are skeptical about that being linked in, you know, stuff like that, but it's another Big Brother technique that I think some can look at as an invasion of privacy. But the positive side of it is it probably will, will still save some lives. What was that, Enzo?
I was saying that I have a little tiny box in the back of my yard, and I don't think I've ever seen it here.
Interesting.
He's a little muscular dude.
Non-refundable, real quick. Non-refundable. So, do you think that there's going to be any companies that are on the cusp of having 100 locations? So, say you're, and I don't know, California. Say you're Jack in the Box or whatever you guys got out there, and you got 110 locations. Is it going to be cheaper for you to close 10 locations or 11 locations rather than have to pay that $22 an hour? Just saying.
I put a missing persons out for Leroy.
For Leroy. Okay.
He's gone, man. Hurricane took him.
It happens.
And then it brought me back a squirrel, dude.
I got a squirrel for when Tiny pops in today. I'll show you a little.
No, I just posted one in the street out back. You need to eat up for winter, dude. Oh, is that a bounce?
That's a bounce.
I'm clapping it.
Well, I appreciate you keeping me around, non-refundable. I will, I'll try to, keep thinking outside the box, or outside the charts, if you will. or maybe you see, you know, you're gonna see one of them try to stand out. So maybe like Target did. Remember when Target announced, like, okay, so this is going back some years. Target in New York State, and it may have been outside of New York State. Obviously, the federal minimum wage doesn't really mean much. Let's be honest about it. It has implications, but, you know, when you're talking about minimum wages, it's on a state level for the most part. So when New York State's minimum wage was right around $10, $11, Target went out and said, okay, we're going to make our minimum wage $15. You know, they knew it was coming. They seen the writing on the wall, and they got in front of it, and it was a brilliant move. So maybe we see some companies do that. Yeah, it's that's 100% correct, Junk Savvy. They will close locations, and the first to get hit will be underserved communities. I like food desserts, not food deserts. So I'm gonna have to do that
Oh,
myself.
that's one of
Lobo.
me. That's one of me for surezies right there. Prince Crank to Papa?
Yeah, non-refundable. So, I mean, will there have to be separate legislation on every facet of business, or do you think? And again, I don't know California politics like some of you who live there, and I don't claim to. That's why I ask so many questions about it. But do you think that it'll be something that then we see? Do we see them expand to other businesses, or do we see them then expand to something that just covers all employees? Because that is tough. So you go work at AutoZone, you're entitled to less money than if you work at McDonald's. And again, it's not me saying one job is better than the other, but it's just yeah, fast food workers shouldn't be what we reward people to aspire to be. And again, it's nothing against fast food employees. We all like having fast food available to us, and you need employees to do it. And I get it's not just going to be kids. It's not just Kelvin looking for a job. You know what I mean? There are people of all walks of life, all ages, and things like that get into the fast food business. But it's just like we do with everything else. We reward what should be stepping stones. What should be, you work at a fast food place, and granted, like I said, some people work their way up and then own franchises, and that's amazing. That's amazing. But you're how can I put this? You're stopping. You're giving people reason. Maybe that kid now doesn't think to go to college because hey, I'm making $22 with minimal responsibility at McDonald's. I can go get $200,000 in debt and hopefully come out and make $20 an hour. You see where the problem is? It's demotivating so many people. Yeah, I know Calvin. One of the best, another one of the best Chappelle skits out there. Yo, Calvin just got paid. Yo, jack that fool. But no, I think it's got more ramifications. It's one of those things non-refundable that I think people see the headline and automatically knee-jerk reaction one way or the other. It's either, well, yeah, these companies make that much money, they should be forced to pay their employees, and then the other side is, you don't deserve that kind of money to do that. When the truth is somewhere in between. The truth is, if you're the person pointing the finger saying fast food workers don't deserve this, what you should be saying is, no, whatever I do for a living, I'm underpaid. I deserve this, because that's usually what it is. It's a projection. So I'm a guy that worked at XYZ Auto, whatever the case may be, and I've worked my way up over years, and I'm finally making $20 an hour. Now I hear you're going to pay $22 an hour to everybody at the McDonald's. I understand the anger, but what would you guys say the problem is there? Is the problem that the other guy's going to make $22 an hour working fast food, or is the problem that the other guy over here is underpaid? And I think it's like everything else. We don't address the root of the problem. We find a symptom of it and point at that. It's just like the argument, when you see those memes, why is Narcan free when why don't people have to pay for Narcan when I have to pay for my insulin? Well, how about why do you have to pay for your insulin? You take two different things, and that's where it gets all muddy. We're working on that. I think that guy I think DeSantis down in Florida, actually, he's making some moves to be able to bus people to Mars. Once Martha's Vineyard fills up, once they stop taking anybody, we're gonna see if we can't get them to Mars.
I'm over it.
And yes,
So over it.
Junk Savvy, 100% correct. If the bottom is too comfy, they will never get off the floor. Very true, Diane. And now I feel like they've created a situation where, like you said, if the minimum wage would have been rising through the years, and not only people that were making minimum wage was adjusting, but people making normal wages. Like, if the government's going to step in and say minimum wage needs to be this, do you go as far as to then step in and say, okay, but if somebody makes above this, they're entitled to a 10% raise. They're entitled to... That's where it gets sketchy to me. Because you have so much... It's like a much bigger version of when they raised the drinking age from 18 to 21. Like, I always wonder, what did people that were 19 do? What did people, like... And granted, I'm not talking about the ability to buy alcohol when we're talking about our lives and our finances. But you see what I'm saying? It's you raise the minimum wage, you still have a ton of people that it just is going to create so much animosity. $15 per hour could increase a worker's annual salary by $5,100, which would likely go towards daily necessities. Yeah, but again, then I don't know. A reverse split on the dollar. I love it. Yeah, well, that's gotten absolutely out of control, Diane. And there's different graphs out there. There's different figures that will show what an average CEO made in relation to the median employee, and the gap has just you're 100% right there. Yes, very, very true, Nunya. Certain jobs were intended to be starter jobs that taught responsibility, the necessity of working with others, and budgeting. Fast food has few careers and many jobs. Big difference, in my opinion. It is. And they used to be known, you know what I mean? Like I said, and I'm not going to fault somebody for taking an opportunity to make $22 an hour and make a career out of it, whether there's somebody that's just the Louis Anderson fry guy. It's just like the people that lost their jobs and then were bringing home more money with their unemployment and stuff, and didn't go back to a less paying job. Now, me personally, I probably wouldn't do that, but I understand. It's easy to say, well, this person's... You have the chance to sit at home and be with your family and bring home more money than you were at your job. A lot of people are going to take that, Productivity versus wages since the 70s. Chart sums it up. I will have to look at that. I love it. We're there for what, Rich? What did I miss? Sorry, I was talking too fast for myself. You went to New York. Hopefully not for that Mets beatdown. Hopefully that's not what you went to New York for. A lot of unskilled jobs that are not beginning jobs, but no one wants to do, like trash maintenance, not a $22 an hour job. Well, if you heard some recent comments of some leadership, that's what we need immigrants for. They need to pick crops. Not the best choice of words, but it was said. Yeah, it's there is that, Grant, but there's plenty of jobs. It's tough because if everything is owned by big business now. If you're fortunate enough to work for a family-owned company or a small company like that, that's great. But they're few and far between now. So you're always going to have with the big corporations, with corporate America, you're always going to have to maybe look the other way, maybe go against your morals, maybe work for a company that you know is doing stuff that you don't that doesn't align with your thinking, but you're in the other section, you don't have anything to do with it, which it is what it is. Oh, you were 17 when drinking age changed from 18 to 21. Interesting. That had to been. You want to talk about a tease? That's a real tease. Yeah, you got to take all those things into account, Bratney. Adjust the day rate to the demand and skill set, pressure, location, hassle, and content. It all goes in there. Well, it's hit and miss too. It's hit and miss. I've had some amazing bosses in my life. You know, it's the best boss that I ever had was Smoking Joe, because he was the owner. He was the owner. He was the boss. The management system there wasn't set up good at all. But being able to deal directly with the owner had its advantages. That's where I find the problems is the middle management. People that want to keep the workers below them because they make them look good. You see that especially in retail more than anything. Power's a thing. Power affects people. People, even low level management. I've seen it firsthand. Yeah, I wish he would let me make a movie about him, Bratney. And I know that was one of the first conversations we had, heck, damn near 2 years ago, when we were talking about pot and if the cigarette companies would get involved. And grumpy. Okay, well, hey, at least you gave feedback, Grumpy. At least you gave feedback. This music sounds like when I used to go sneak and get my dad's VHS tapes. Yeah, non-refundable, so true. Time is the one thing you can't buy more of and always running out of, but you sell your time for $17 an hour. Savage. So true, so true. Especially when then you look at what that $17 gets you. You know what I mean? It's a tough pill to swallow sometimes when you're checking out at the grocery store or you're buying your son a new pair of sneakers or something, and you look at it in the sense of, I'm spending currency, but I'm really exchanging hours of my life. I'm really just handed the cashier 3 hours of my life to pay for Nikki's sneaker. Like, things like that. Yeah, but I'll take it any way that I can get it. I'll take it, Michael. As far as if they legalize it, I still don't see it maybe happening on a federal level. You never know. I think it's a tough with what the Supreme Court's been doing with sending stuff back to the states. I think it might be tough to get it on. Oh yes, good call. Thank you, Junk Savvy. See, this is what happens when you put something up, and I forgot all about there being an extra digit. All right, let me know how that looks. Yeah, we had a big back one in here yesterday too. Last Ghazi, there was a big back clock. Bratney, speaking of Michael Burry, did you see his tweet yesterday? I seen it circulating last night, and what I found interesting, what people were pointing out on it, is that it's in the present tense. So a lot of people kind of making the assumption that maybe Michael Burry's saying that we're at the bottom. I don't know if that's the case. They may stop selling to teenagers in Asia to keep their bottom line in the black. Well, let me see. I'll see if I can pull it up. Can't keep up with this guy. He's already tweeted like 3 times today. Yeah, I can't find it, Bratney. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know what he was alluding to. So the way I took it, Bratney, I thought that he was still continuing the same narrative that he's been having. I thought it was just a grammar error that made it seem, because you know how the way he's been talking has been future. Everything's been when this is going to happen. And I think it was just a kind of sleight of tongue or sleight of typewriter, I guess. Yeah, that's got to be. Wow, that is funny. I'm gonna get this fly. I just seen that fly past the camera, and it looked like a giant bird. The Geo Group. Let's look at the 1 hour. Oh yeah, 858 up 1.9%. Let me show this up here real quick. So if you go to the 1 hour on here, zoom out a little, you can see this trend moving up, moving on up, moving on up. We will keep an eye on that. We'll go back to the SPY for you guys. Oh, wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. It is 10:35, guys. My poor dogs are probably down there doing the pee-pee dance. So, I'm going to take a few minutes. Enzo is probably deep in some trades. I'm not sure if we still got him here with us. But I am going to...
Yep, I've been sitting here talking.
On mute?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Attaboy.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm getting my practice. You know, that's it.
Yeah.
You gotta be a little Phil Simms before you can be Joe Buck.
You do, but I'm telling you that's the number one thing that I like about this mic is just the light, like the quality. There's just as good a quality ones, but I do love the light, like so you know when it's muted and that.
So what I got into were I averaged down my Tesla 250s, my SQ puts to the 55, and S or excuse me, spy calls 378s for October 7th.
Nice. Nice, nice, very nice.
I feel like I feel good about touching it.
That's all that matters.
I just need Apple not to stop right here.
All right. I am going to run and calls on the P pads. Yes. I will see if I can get a puppy cam. She's been a little weird about coming upstairs lately because she's not a little girl anymore. So now she wants to hang with the big boys down there.
HKD is halted up apparently.
Okay.
And people calling AMC to 31 before Halloween.
On that note, I will be right back.
If you see people like that, ban them. Ban them. Oh. Right over here. Fire. Let me pull this chat up real quick. He's usually able to see that. Tesla breaking up to the top, needs to go a little bit here. I need the SPY. SPY continues to go up right here. Breaks over the 357.61 and wants to go. Then AMTD is moving now too. Junk. That's a junk savvy play, right? Now I can, guys. Do we even have? Well, 13-pound palm. Oh, SPY, touch it. Yeah, daddy. Can I get a yeah? That's a beautiful. There, go ahead, Tesla. Keep going with it. Hey, if you want to look like that, I'll make a clap for the no hand. SQ's coming down through that 6307. I want to call it the 6209, where we're focused on the SQs possibly bouncing, which would technically be a point of resistance that it has not made support yet, and it's probably going to try to 62 flat. However, Tesla is trying to the upside. It does not care. Apple's going to go with it. They're going to start filing through those 50s, 100s, and 200s. If you would have bought anywhere where, if you've heard me say anything to this, like, everything should be way good. I'm already up 10% SPYs that don't have any volatility on them whatsoever. It's going to be a task to get my 55s and my Tesla 250s all the way back, but with the way the SQQ calls, or I got out of those calls, this was probably just as easy and safe, I guess. Oh my. Yeah, AM TD junk is popping because HKD got halted to the upside, I believe is what it was. So I just knew that you were in it. Sure that you saw it. They're calling 209 on Netflix, which I don't believe. Well, the market's gonna go green. Good. Is opposing several different. I feel you, Junk. I have a long way to go in AMTD. Tennis, are you saying bear like market in general, or are you just saying for whatever you guys were looking at? Oh, are you doing a bear and a twink? Flirting with Ron D over there, Tennis? Hey, I'll be your wingman. I'll help you out. Excuse me, 62.75 right here on SQs. Looking, trying to hold big wicks off the 200. Excuse me, the 100. EMA and MA off the SPY. We did the same thing on Apple, and Tesla's actually holding up. Assuming that Tesla's about 5 minutes quicker. The way that you have to like wind stuff like that. Should be able to get it all in. Go ahead, Apple. Oh, Bear's the dog. Lick that stamp and send it. Let's go. Ron D. Your shirt's not off, buddy. I don't know what it's doing. Go ahead, give me that upside. Give me one time for the one time. You got to do it for state, bud. Let's go. Get backboard. Ron D, where's my alley-oop, son? Right there. Oh, yeah. You were there. You were clutch. Felt it. Oh, yeah. We're fit. We are looking voluptuous right here. I have not heard the music yet. Is Rivian coming back right now? Because if Rivian's coming back, that means Tesla's coming back too. That's going to be beautiful. Rivian is at 32. Oh, yeah. Ron D, I don't even remember what I asked that I think, but I was looking at Grumpy. Man, Grumpy's getting you some.
Yes, Grumpy. It is some Doors R Us music. It was actually specifically requested.
Do 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 do. It's like the Rugrats. It's the instrumental, dude. You gotta drop it.
Alright, what did I miss? The Dow has gone green. The Dow up 0.13%. NASDAQ still down 1.02%. The S&P down 0.62%. Okay, a little bit of a comeback.
I got 20% on my AMCs already.
Nice. Nice, nice.
They're only currently up to
Consumer defense rocking and rolling over here. Still really the only sector in the green, except for the drug manufacturers. So
drugs are bad, okay?
Not if you're selling the right ones, I guess.
Hey, I'll take them all. I'll experiment.
No. Here, let me put that up there. Yeah, let me know how the volume is. I'm not trying. I'm working on it because I'm bringing in a couple different sources, so I do need your guys' help on that.
You sound good. You sound like you're a little too sharp. Like it's a little too sharp to the ear, but volume-wise, fine.
Tiny Boxes, what's up, Tiny? Good to see you. Good to see you. I got so I didn't find a good enough whole background yet, so I throw the one squirrel up there dancing for you. How's that work?
I mean, it's the effort, you know.
Yeah.
Cannonball it.
Volume is good. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
Oh yeah, the spy's just gonna start.
Yeah, and the music, Ron. Some of the music may be on different levels, so ironing the kinks out, you know.
That's the most savage squirrel I ever done seen.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's chilling.
Yeah, he's doing a little hip thrust right next to you. It's kind of being it's a little aggressive. I think he needs to take the 6 foot rule on that.
there was some anti-squirrel thoughts before, you know what I mean?
I
But
don't think so. Not here.
We've freed the squirrels.
No. You can't anti-squirrel nothing, baby.
Yeah, I didn't think that one through, Arctic Fox. It kind of is a little bit nuck and futz if you think about it. So yeah.
How do you have the stones to even try that? I couldn't even do that without messing it up by myself.
Hey,
That's
you're
incredible.
Dickie Roberts, the nuck and futz guy. Okay, well, we'll bring the squirrel back in a little bit. The squirrel's on a break.
Yeah, we're gonna add some. Gotta add a nice sound effect. I respect it though, Heinrich, with the actual nut emoji. Woo! You're doing it.
Yeah.
Star performer right there.
Man, what is pushing this Dow up? The Dow up 0.22%.
Yours truly.
So Walmart, Walgreen boots. So that is, they bought boots, but that's the whole company, right? Junk Savvy. I'm assuming WBA, or is there a separate? Because that's in the Dow, so I would think that has to be Walgreens, the whole everything. So Walgreens or WBA up 3.25%, United Health up 1/4, Travelers up 0.5%, Procter Gamble up 0.8%, Nike up 0.34%, Merck, 3M, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, all in the green. So that is where your green Dow is coming from. Now, if you look at the S&P top 10, not looking so good. Apple.
Oh, they're getting touched.
Yeah, they are. Apple down 0.7%, 139.40. Amazon down 1.68%. Berkshire just about flat. Both Google's down 0.29% and 0.38%. Meta, I guess Russia labeling Meta terrorist is having an effect, huh? 129.03 down 3.6% on Meta. Microsoft down 1.3%. And NVIDIA continuing to get hammered on. 114.14 down 2.2%. And then the two greens, Tesla flickering, doing that dink and flicker between green and red, and then United Health up that 0.25%. But what is up is drug. Brightmind Biosciences still holding those gains over the dollar mark, 101. Metamaterials still up 2.5%, 76.7%. Metamaterials. Heartbeam Inc. still up 13%, 526. And that Geo Group, GEO, that's up 3.5% now. So I think you were right on that 1 hour chart because it's moved up about 2.5% since you mentioned it. So good stuff. Tennis is physical. Where you at? That DNA play, I believe, is looking good for you now. Forget what you got in at yesterday. I want to say somewhere around 270, 260-ish. So I think you should be up on that trade.
I'm looking spectacular. I'm unequivocal about it too.
Yeah.
You know, I throw it back just right. Okay.
There you
Put
go.
some respect on it.
We
Go
put
ahead,
healthcare and consumer defense up there, and we got ourselves some green.
All right, I got you, baby. Watch this. Hold on to your seat, baby. We're going green. Lock it. I feel like we could get Ben Ask pretty fun stuff here.
We can get what?
Ben Askren. I feel like we could go and like pay him like a quarter and have him do some.
Is that the dude from Alpha Dog?
That is the dude that literally got knocked out by Jake Paul.
Oh, the UFC dude? Was he a UFC fighter?
Yeah, he's horrible.
Mm. All right, guys, almost 11. We are almost an hour and a half into this day. It is what it is, guys. It's a bit of a red day, but hey, we're feeling good. We're looking good, doing good.
Oh, you bet. You bet. You get better looking every 5 minutes.
I try.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
Wow.
Talking to the spy, baby. Get up there. Gotta get Guadalupe out of the dishwasher. Fine.
All right, Germ Corp. Have a safe trip, my friend. And thank you for being here as always, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yes, appreciate it. I did go and him and Tiny, I do apologize. I misclicked, took your wrench. It was nothing personal. It was a complete accident, to be quite honest.
Way to go. Way to go.
You both have them back, I believe.
Alright, I'm looking like I'm about to see some downside to your precious SPY. It looks like all three are about to come back down here. NASDAQ down 1.08.
I would appreciate it.
Awesome. Awesome. Have fun and be safe. Germ Corp, you know, safety first, then fun. I didn't see any. Let me double check. I know there's a few that are supposed to close tomorrow. Some IPOs, non-refundable. Let me check and see what we have today. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything today, although I'm sure that there are. I'm just not. But there is like 3 or 4 that are supposed to close today and go live tomorrow. And Market Watch only has 4 listed for the whole week. ALPX, BMR, CTM, and INTS. I am interested in that BMR. You can still pre-order that on Webull too. That's kind of the only thing that's turning me off on it. Because it's supposed to close today and it's still available for pre-order, so that's telling me I would think that not a lot of people are getting in on it, but at the same time, the way that pre-order the way that Webull takes pre-orders, you never know, because we've seen that they take more pre-orders than they can put out time and time again, so you never really know with them. Yeah, I was looking at that tennis up over that 290 range, and looking like it's if it continues this, it should test this $3 mark. I would say 3, maybe 305 before we see some resistance there. Thank you, Hyde. Appreciate that. I'm sure you did, but if you didn't, please like. Much appreciated, Hyde. One fly. One fly always makes it. Ah. Alright, 1 second, guys.
Go ahead, give it. Ooh!
Spy getting turned up.
Oh, it's taking his shirt off. It's taking him out. It's got the glass cutters going.
Okay. Tell me when we're ready to go back to the downside.
No, thank you.
You think we're gonna?
You just call waiting. No, I don't know how to do that, but the SQs are gone. Oh yeah. Hey, Spy, get lost with it. You don't need a Garmin. You don't need that Tom, baby. Be free. I think the top would probably be 350, 359.96. 359.96 or 359.77. But Apple doing what it's doing right now, I don't think that it's going to have the ability to do anything else when Tesla does that same thing. Oh man, this is going to be beautiful. Oh, this is going to be a good day. So we had the Spy go first. We had Apple while the SQs were going. There's Google going. Or wait a minute.
Sorry. Yes, it was a bad game last night. So it's funny that you say that. So I don't know how familiar you guys are with the Buffalo Bills, but Nikki's teacher is a big Bills fan, and I've known her my whole life. And so she knows I'm a Raider fan. But Buffalo has, you guys know the Shout song. Well, they got their own version. The Bills make me want to shout, da, 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 all that crap. So I just got this. They must have been singing it in school. And Nikki's teacher just sent me this picture. It's friggin' hilarious. Your son during the Shout song. I love it. I love it. True Raider fan at heart. Any Raider fans out there could appreciate that. But yeah, I thought that was pretty funny.
NASDAQ just posted about Lucid's going probably back to
health sector's ripping now. That's about it. Yeah, right? I told you, Tiny, I went, they had Dad's Take Your Kid to School Day, and Nikki was playing with the puppy right before school and smacked his eye on the dog gate. So I bring him in there, and this was when the Raiders were 0-3, and she just looked at me and shook her head. Like, in front of all these other parents and stuff, she's just like, really? She was like, really? I get it, the Raiders are 0-3, but you gotta beat your kid because of it? And I'm just like, what the hell?
LGVN doing something weird for no reason.
Grumpy, I know it was your ringtone. And actually, as time goes on, Grumpy, I didn't want to put them all out at once and creep you out or anything, but we're going to slowly incorporate Grumpy's ringtones over the last 20 years. It's like going to be a bit of poetry in motion. So stay tuned for that, Grumpy. Oh, Industrial's coming alive a little bit. Industrial's starting to move. Honeywell up 0.5%. 3M up 0.5%. GE getting hammered on. GE down over 2%. Minimal gains across the rest of it. But these drug manufacturers, they ain't letting up today. J&J up over 1%. Eli Lilly up. Pfizer up. Merck up. Amgen up. Yeah, she's good people. Her mom, Tiny, was my 6th grade teacher. And then she lived, her and her husband lived a couple doors down from me for a couple years, and he's the fire chief in the city too, so that makes it kind of cool. They get a little extra special treatment when they have fire drills and all that. Wow. Wow, just like that, Grumpy, huh? I take the time. Do you know what kind of resources, Grumpy, I had to pull in to get a database of all of your past ringtones? Yeah. I had to call in favors that I didn't even have coming to me. And apparently it was all for naught. Oh, Birdie Hunter. Maybe I'll join you in that after Josh McDaniels' decision to go for 2 last night. The Raiders suffered a terrible defeat. Maybe I will boycott as well, Birdie. If we're boycotting Ajax, not going to watch until the coach gets sacked. Hey, I feel you on that, Birdie. I really do. I really do. We got a new coach, Birdie. We're off to a blistering 1-4 start. It's not good. Interesting, John Savvy. Oil is down, energy down, gasoline up, diesel up. Very interesting. Tennis is physical. 10% fire on that so far. 10% so far on those DNA buys yesterday. Beautiful. Don't mind holding long. I know you don't on a play like that. But if we see that 10 turn to 20, maybe 25 tennis, Maybe I give you a phone call and just yell, sell, 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 sell. No, just kidding. Not financial advice. Well, the players still have to execute, Birdie. That's where the difference is. If the coach does what he's supposed to do and the players just don't execute, you can't put that on the coach. But we talked about this. We were watching a game in Discord last night, and I'm sorry, but it's we always talk about AI and computers taking over, truckers, things like that. But it's really taken over coaching in a lot of ways in sports. Everything is analytics now. Everything is because a computer program told me that I'm supposed to do this in this situation. Well, that thing glitched on you last night. Because you got 4.5 minutes left in the game. You're about to give Patrick Mahomes the ball. You need to stop him one way or another. You do not try to get the 1 point. That was just a stupid move. Stupid. And I'm not an armchair coach. I'm not a Monday morning quarterback. I don't claim to know more than coaches or anything like that. But it was just a bad move. And sure, had they got it, people would have said it was a great move. But moving on. Going through the news real quick, guys, seeing if any headlines grab my eye. I'm not seeing a whole lot. Diane B, you have a great day. Always keeping you in my thoughts. I know you got a lot going on. I know these are some busy weeks for you with everything going on, but I got a feeling when the dust settles and it's onward and upward, and I think you and Tom are going to be just great. But yes, make sure to keep us posted. Always thinking about his mom, about you guys with some of the changes you guys have coming up. Oh, yes. NFL coaches would be horrible at stocks. Horrible. Oh, okay. So he's making bigger problems. Our Ajax coach picks the wrong lineup, waits too long with substitutes, and when he finally does change the team, he sends in the wrong players as substitutes. He is a disaster. Why don't you tell us how you really feel, Birdie? HPK, let's see, filled at 2180. Nice. So that was just above the low. Hit a low of 2141, and HPK now trading at 2229, down 1.4% on the day. And Palantir back over that $8 mark, so there was a good chance it dipped all the way to 770 at the open, coming off that good news with the was it a Navy contract? Yeah, it really is, Junk Savvy, and it's kind of peculiar. Third time's a charm. Just strange that not that there's ever really any good news in the financial news. It usually is mostly FUD, even on good days. But like I said, everything that I see is becoming it's either Ukraine based or the Jamie Dimon stuff, and it's like, I'm not saying Jamie Dimon doesn't have a track record and things like that, but I hate that putting so much stock in one individual person, regardless of their intelligence level or whatever. Mark, I have not heard that. Let's see what we can get on that. So this seems kind of familiar. This looks like the student loan thing. You put out things that you saved the day. This administration saved the day. The railroad strike was over. Everything was good. Here we are, a couple weeks later, and the threat of a railroad strike is back. Same thing with student loan relief. All these promises were made. Have any of you guys checked recently on how much, on what's happening with it? Because they scaled it back a lot. And we didn't see the White House putting out any press releases on that. The same way that they did a victory lap, and I was right on board. I applauded Biden. The way that it was presented to me, he stepped in. He was able to get things ironed out. But in typical media, political, all of the above fashion, we were lied to. Simple as that. It's not a miscommunication. It's not a this. It's a that. It's a we were lied to. So here's the news. A union of railroad track maintenance workers has rejected a tentative agreement with the nation's freight carriers, renewing the threat that there could be a strike that shuts down this vital link in the nation's already struggling supply chain. The vote, announced Monday by the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way Employee Division, was 43% in favor of the proposed 5-year contract and 57% opposed. About 12,000 of the 23,000 members of the BMWE participated in the vote. It is the third largest of the major freight railroad unions. The two largest freight unions, which represent the more than 55,000 engineers and conductors who make up the two-person train crews, are conducting their own rank-and-file ratification vote by mail. So we haven't even, so we have to wait on that. So it says even if the members of the two larger unions vote in favor of their deals, they will not report to work if the BMWE were to go on strike. And the fact that the BMWE voted down the contract is probably a sign that rank-and-file anger towards railroad management could lead to no votes at the two larger unions as well. So back on the table, we covered this a lot when the threat was there before, of some of the implications if the railroads were to shut down, and it looks like we're right back where we started. Absolutely, tennis. I like to always have a trailing stop loss. I think the only thing I would piggyback on that is that you can't simply rely on it. In most situations, your stop loss will get picked up and you'll be fine. But halts, things like that, it'll tear right through your stop loss. So I always recommend using them. I don't live by that theory of, well, don't put a stop loss in because you're letting the hedgies know where you're willing to sell. I'm one person. I get it. On a grand scale, that makes sense, and I understand that. But I always use them. But like I said, the one thing that I always like to tell people is don't just be comfortable with it. Don't think, okay, I got a stop loss, I can set it and forget it, I'm good. Most times you will be. But we've seen situations with halts, things like that, where stop losses can get passed right over. Oh yeah, we definitely see what they want us to see, but that's where you have to use that kind of reverse psychology type play, Junk Savvy, because I 100% agree with that. We see what they want us to see, but the same way if you have like a friend that maybe exaggerates a lot, I wouldn't go as far as to say lie, but you can pick up on patterns of what they're really saying without without what they're actually saying. And that's what I try to do with the media. It's like I always tell you guys, I don't watch all this news because I believe what they're saying or I believe that they're trying to get us the right information. No, but if you can know what they want you to be thinking, then you can attack it. Then you have to know who the enemy is. Student loan program currently only applies to one type of loan. Lots of different types of student loans. Applications are not yet available. Court case on legality of the forgiveness pending. Yeah, absolutely. But they had no problem taking a victory lap, making it seem as if it was factual. Bullfrogging, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, my brother. Really appreciate you being here. The Bears are who we thought they were. Yeah. I mean, one thing that you can't say about that non-refundable is they came out and said it. They came out and it's just like where we're at on energy right now. You can be mad at the administration, but you can't say that they said something and that, they said it was going to be a war on fossil fuels. We knew it was coming. And same thing with the Fed. And again, I give AOC some credit at the one Fed meeting that we watched, where AOC questioned him about it and put him on the spot and said, well, if your plan is to be successful, we need between a 10 and 20% unemployment rate. And he bebopped and scattered around and didn't really. And then she kind of lost a little substance, making it more of a social issue than an economic issue. But it was the truth. It's the dead honest truth that. And guys, the writing's on the wall. The writing is on the wall. And sure, I'm sure that there's some areas that there's more jobs than you can handle and jobs can't be filled and this and that. But it seems to me, and over the last month with me looking at my options, looking at the job market, things like that, it seems to me like there's a lot more advertisements for jobs than actual existence of jobs. And we've seen every Fortune 500 company that's employee based. So if it's not something that, it only has a few employees, some of the higher end stuff, like a Berkshire, like something like that, they've all laid people off. They've all, there's been hiring freezes, there's been layoffs, there's been downsizing, but yet they continue to tell us job market strong, we added more. I'm not buying it. And we talked about this yesterday. We're going to see that jazz play out in October when you have all these seasonal jobs. And you see what they're doing with Uber. That's going to play an effect. So you're counted as an employee. You're not counted. I don't know when you become counted as having a job. So if you work for Uber all year and then file your 1099, you haven't been included in the jobs report that whole year, right? But now what they're doing is a way for them to and there's other incentives. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this is the sole reason why they're doing this with Uber, but I'll guarantee you it's part of it. It's part of it because they can use those numbers. Now you can say anybody, and now that'll end up counting for 2 jobs. So if I'm a guy who works a regular job, drives Uber on the side, now I'm accounting for 2 jobs. Now when their jobs report comes out, oh man, we got more people working than ever. So every employee that works these little things, and we've got so used to it. So anybody that, once it gets to DoorDash, to Lyft, to all of that, now you're going to be a fake number, because now they're going to use that number to try to say, man, the economy's booming. Because the minute that passes, they're going to be able to say, we just added X amount of jobs. Simply by making 1099 workers now employees, we added a couple 100,000 jobs, and it's complete nonsense. It's not a real number, but that's where I say, that's why I take such a good look at the media and see what they're saying so that we know how to combat it. Like, we know when numbers come out, we know where they're getting them from. We know that they're not real. And sure, that immediate effect is media based. Whatever the guy comes out on, CNBC, Fox Business, whatever the case may be, on Thursday morning, whatever way they present CPI to us is going to be the immediate reaction. But the real reaction is going to be when you look, zoom out a little bit, look at over a week, look at over a month, because people are going to have to react to the actual numbers, and that takes a little bit more time. So, and guys, you can play it both ways. You can play the immediate reaction knowing full well that they just dropped a whole bunch of BS on you. It happens, but you have to know, and we've seen it. I remember the first time, me and Birdie, we sat on a mic together when they announced 7.1% CPI, and the market flew. The market flew. No reason. Came back down to reality, And the simple fact of it too, Junk Savvy, just to comment on what you're saying, they took a victory lap on gas prices going down as well, when the main reason is a few states cut gasoline tax after the elections. They will bring the taxes back. Yeah, absolutely. That's an old trick of when gas was rising. We don't have any control. I can't do nothing about it. President has no power over it. The minute that it starts coming down, did you see what we did? Come on. I agree, tennis is physical. She is. But, the way I am, tennis. I'll call them out on the good and the bad. And I don't stand for a lot of her. But that day, like I said, I think her questions lost a little bit of steam when she made it a social issue rather than a cut and dry, this is what's happening. Once you start pandering, the fact of the matter is this: when these politicians want to pander, they need to replace all of these racial terms or ethnic terms with poor people, because that's what it is. It's not that any policy affects this race more or that race more. It just so happens that there happens to be a lot of us in the class of poor people, and it's become so much bigger. But as long as you slide in something about a race or something like that, you're able to get off the topic. It's that's where she lost me there. But again, she was spot on as far as calling Powell out and saying, it's right in your plan that you're calling for 10 to 20% unemployment, and he couldn't walk it back because. And I've heard gas prices are still ridiculous out in Cali. Like I said, mine are right around $4, maybe a little bit under. Exactly, Junk Savvy. Just like they changed the way they calculate inflation, removed food and gas. You can't compare historically when they changed the rules. Yeah, just like the definition of a recession. It's sure there's arguments on a very, very microeconomical, technical detail type thing, but that's a pretty simple metric. 2 quarters in a row of negative GDP equals recession. It was pretty simple. It was pretty cut and dry, but it's not anymore. It's, you know. $10 will be, that'll just be crazy. And I could see it coming. Caesar, hope your meeting went well, my friend. Almost $6 for the cheap stuff. Wow. What a scary, a UPS driver making $80K a year still is homeless. Yeah, that's yeah. Something's got to give, though, guys. Something's got to give. It's I think the world's going towards some kind of tipping point, one way or another. I don't think we're headed towards Armageddon or anything like that, but
no, there's definitely some.
Yeah, we're at a boiling point. We're at the whole world right now is a powder keg, and we've just been inundated on a global scale with fear, and everything for the last two and a half years. We've had every threat possible thrown at us. We had a pandemic, then we had the monkey thing. Now we got nuclear. You know what I mean?
Each other. Yeah.
So I don't think it's working. I think that's part of the reason why they're going so hard in the paint on this, and I just pray that nuclear doesn't become an option, because there ain't no coming back from that. $5.39 up in Oregon. I gotta fill my tank up today. I'll let you guys know what it is. It was, like I said, the last time I got gas, it was still under $4. It was like about $3.89. S&P looking like it could be going green soon. SPY looking to get back over that 360 mark, 359.79 on the SPY. So what do you think here at 360, Enzo? Do we see resistance, or do you see it get through it?
360.01 I want to move through with some authority. And I want to see it come rest back 359.97.
Okay.
So go up through 360, come back, rest, but I want to see it hold at least the red candles. $10.55, I believe it's 20 minutes after that. Yeah, 11.20. Those have support there. We haven't touched that yet until we came back to touch it. Now using it as resistance. So I would either go and assume that we might be able to get the top side off that, since we just broke it to the downside not too long ago. Assuming that we just might have been on the teetering edge of whatever trend, and it might just be popping back up over that trend for the day, but it's still in this downward trajectory. I think that you could probably get in and get out for probably 40% today.
On what was that? On upside or back down? You think we're going to continue to climb?
I think we're going to continue to climb. I think we're going to continue to climb into the rest of the day, because right here it's just too easy that we would just go and get stuck right on the lower resistance. You know what I mean? Like, if we got stuck right here and just traded sideways, it would just be too easy. It would be the same kind of stuff where they're just handing you a here's an excuse, here's what you say to the media, da 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 da. Well, in this case, they just gift wrap it all in one bow. You can see it as soon as it happens.
SPY just went green.
Did you have any doubts?
I always got doubts.
Well, that's why you don't play the 9-3.
Mm-mm.
It's the best hand in poker. Don't even think that you haven't. Listen to me.
There's nothing good about that hand. It's hot garbage.
No, you don't mean that.
Yeah, 9-3 is awful.
No.
Yeah.
Now we're just fucking hurtful.
Rivian continuing to recover today, so I guess that recall isn't that big of a deal. Up 5.5% today, 33.21.
There's 40% right there. At least. Wait until the Tesla gets going. This gonna get weird.
So they got back. Most of half of what they lost. There you go.
Come on, SPY. Let's get big. Get big. You got $1 in your wallet? What, do you have the music on right?
I should.
Okay. SPY looks like it wants it. IWM coming up over. You got $1 in your wallet? A 20 in your wallet? What, do you have the music on right?
I should. Sorry about that.
Or
got out of FNDG at 65.90 for 47% gains. It's up to 71, and I'm happy with my decision. No one gets the low or the high correct. You're exactly right. Exactly right. You've been playing that thing like a fiddle for some weeks now. Well done. Well done, Tennis. So HKD halted again to the upside. $47 now, halted to the upside. What's AMTD doing? So AMTD seeing some sympathy off that, up 9% today, still only at $1.21. Still waiting for a lot of supposed action on this AMTD. We were supposed to see the $500 million injected, which is crazy. So, Junk Savvy, I know you're holding AMTD. Have we seen any updates from that? So we're supposed to get that $500 million injection into AMTD. Currently sitting at only a $456 million market cap. Still with ownership in HKD, which at the $47 mark, HKD valued at $8.7 billion. Something's got to give on this AMTD, and I understand the elephant in the room on it, Junk Savvy, is that it is a Chinese-based holding company that maybe some of the stuff is coming out might not be the most reliable, things like that. Okay, Megal too, huh? Megal, another former IPO play. That's up 13.5%, 326 on Megal. HKD just came out of that halt, moving to the upside, 48.70 now for HKD. Currently up 57%. We'll see where this goes. A little bit of volume coming in. 1.16 million. I know that doesn't seem high volume wise, but if you look at when those big runs happen with HKD, this is significant volume. And granted, the stock was more than double, triple the price at the time, so numbers can be a little misleading there. GCT also getting some. Hey, CVS Frog, good morning, good morning. Great to see you, great to see you. Yeah, and you know, I don't want to give you guys any doses of hopium with that AMTD, but it seems like it has to. I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it because it's the numbers just don't add up. When you look at, I believe, Junk Savvy, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe AMTD owns somewhere between 70 and 80% of HKD. So it doesn't make sense. That agreement was put in place to inject $500 million back into AMTD. I don't think it happened yet, but we will. I'll continue to keep an eye on it, and the beautiful thing is, you know, we're seeing HKD running today, up 77%, 53.99. AMTD didn't run exactly with HKD on the big run-ups. It ran slightly after, so we got a 76% day so far on HKD. Maybe that translates into a 50% or 100% day tomorrow. You know, got to
Translates the booth pack to me.
Yeah, gotta be hopeful.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
I do not. Does it say in my clauses?
Yes, it does. Go read them.
The Santa Clauses say I gotta be happy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, this is...
GigaCloud moving up further now. Junk Savvy, 23.5%. Big green candle on GCT. GigaCloud Tech, 24%.
I think her and Rodney were in another one, American Cloud.
You gotta be, yeah, AVCT. That one ended up taking a turn for the worse later on, but I know she was in and out of it quite a few times.
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't stay in stuff for very long.
All right, 11:44, guys. We are almost through another trader lunch. I'm not going to be able to myself go all day today. Nikki's back in school, which means pickups and all that good stuff. But we're going to rock and roll here for a while. Well, and the tough thing is, Junk Savvy, so you guys with AMTD, have you averaged down at all? I know it's probably been scary to think of because you know you probably don't want to put more money into it.
Market took off. The market took off. Apple's gone. You're looking for 362.32 immediately. I think you're probably going to get 364 or even 365 if it decides that it actually wants to go. The reason being is this is how you go and get people to reload into 365 calls and touch everybody that just made money today or made a couple dollars here and there. They want to go throw them at like close calls. Like YOLO calls. You wouldn't do that.
I'm YOLOing 355 puts right now. No, I'm not. Yeah, we're gonna work on that. Mark, definitely want to get some videos to it's we want to have a place for people to go, but we want everything to be quality too, and we don't want to just be taking other people's ideas and stuff. So that's why we didn't go with like a 24-hour stream or anything like that. um, the hope, at least for me anyways, is to be able to take that additional time and start getting some quality content out there. Got a lot of cool ideas for some videos. And again, any ideas that you guys have, anything that you think would be a cool idea for the channel, a video that you would like to see, and it doesn't have to be so. Since it's still, it's still just the fam here, which I love. One idea that we had floated around, I'm going to get my hands on some prices of some items, maybe some grocery store items, maybe some stuff that maybe I can get at the Home Depot, things like that, and do it with Nikki and go around with a list of prices of these items a year ago, prices of these items 5 years ago, and then the prices now. And my thought is, Nikki doesn't understand inflation. He's 7. But I think a lot of even educated adults don't really understand inflation to the fullest. So my goal in that, and there would be a little comedy, because I would like to get Nikki's reaction of, hey, Nikki, we paid $1.69 for this item last year. It's over on the shelf. Go see what it is now. Holy crap, Dad, it's $4.99. And I think instead of just talking percentages and numbers that get confusing, showing some people some real life effects of inflation, I think can have some advantages. And selfishly, I have to admit, I want to make content with my son. He's all about it. Yeah, not trying to exploit him or anything, but kids want to be involved in what their parents are doing, and what better thing to get them involved in, just like Tiny's daughter, just like Crypto's son yesterday. So working on some stuff like that. Yeah, I'm with you on that, CBS Frog. It's terrifying if you're in that situation with AMTD in particular. The thought of dumping more money into it. I can completely understand that. Good
Look
job,
at
Tennis.
Look
AI
at
back up. 23 and me.
Emmy, yes, sir.
What are they doing?
Oh, probably stealing people's genetics.
There, they definitely are. Up about 1.5%, 298 on 23 and me. The Martini Mafia lacing up their Brooks brother. I love it. I love it.
I think she said that. I think she said that last time too. Very weird to me. She said something about the Martini Mafia, and it actually ran against us because I was with her in the play. SQs are falling. Yes, they are, sir.
Thank you so much, Tiny. Love you, sis. It's he's my #1 priority in life, and he always will be. That nothing will ever change that. You guys are a close second. You know what I mean? But if I could get 2 birds stoned at once, and he's already part of it. He already knows you. I still never forget Tiny when he heard I think it was Westside on with the voice mod on, doing the baby talk. Like it wasn't quite the baby one, but it was like the other one. And Nikki looked at me. We were in the car, and he was like, "Dad, that has to be Tiny Boxes because she's tiny, right?" And it was just so funny. So he's already involved. He knows he knows what you guys mean to me, and he wants to be part of it. So SQ's falling. Now, did you go in on those SQ puts, Enzo?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're doing good on that.
Sure.
NASDAQ now up 0.22%. The Dow cooking up over 1%. S&P up 0.33%. Trader lunch. We're going to do... Enzo's going to... now, this is not to be taken out of context. Okay, guys? This isn't a thing where Enzo's going to tell me what to do or anybody else. But for this particular segment... what I'm trying to do, what Enzo's trying to do, and Trader Lunch I think will be a perfect time for this as we get a little bit of a lull. He can take a little bit of a breath and, you know.
I don't need a breath. Let's go.
No, you need a breath.
Oh, you need a breath.
Well, you need to step away because I want you to explain it. I don't want you to say it the way that you would say it to me if you were just messaging me. Like, MIA spy, I like it right here. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. That's what I mean, take a breath as far as so that you can explain it. And the goal is to find a call option. And I know a lot of you guys don't play call options. Just ignore that or you know, take some notes and try to learn. And get it within the $100 range. I think a lot of times people get the misconception, especially when you talk about the SPY or Tesla, two of Enzo's favorites. I think when you think about that, a lot of people think, well, I don't want to risk that much money. You know, Tesla calls are expensive, things like that. And that's why trying to get him to be able to give me a play every day, and not me, us.
I already have it. You ready?
No, let me finish what I'm saying. With the knowing that there's a big risk. Obviously, with options, it could go to zero quick. But the way that he was able to break it down to me before, I knew exactly what levels I was looking at. He showed me exactly why I want to get in here. I want my first opportunity to sell is going to be here. And then after that, it's pretty much on you. Because if somebody can help you get into a trade that is going to get up 25%, it's on you or me or whoever to decide, do you take that 25%? Are you looking further? And what Enzo's really good at is pointing those different levels out. So, for example, fake numbers, but just say I buy a call for $100. It's now worth $125. Now, for me, I can get out, but he's going to tell me the level. He's going to tell me where it's going to be at there, and then where the next level is going to be that would be an exit position. And it's up to me to decide, you know. He's not going to hold my hand through it. It's just a way of explaining. And I know we got a lot of people that already play options, a lot of people that want nothing to do with options, and a lot of people that are somewhere in between. In this way, we can show you what we're doing. They need a very close eye on them. They need a very close eye on them, non-refundable. And that's a big reason why I'm not so versed on trading them. Because, you know, the bulk of my time I was on the air and then getting right off to go get, you know, things like that. So when I was playing call options, they were a little further out. They weren't as intense of a trade because you really do have to be on it. You know, it's not a set it and forget it. It's not a walk away and hope for the best. It's not a... You know, it's not a, well, you know, tomorrow will be a better day. You can do that with shares, you know what I mean? Especially if you're holding long term. Calls, though, much more stringent time frame.
Yeah, not only that, but we went and ripped 150% profit yesterday or a couple days ago. The first time you tried this, 15 minutes, you made 40% in less than 30.
I made the very first one.
Yeah, it was literally like 30 or 40%, right?
It was 60% in about 8 minutes. And then the next ones were, and it was great the way that you did it, because so the next ones I was holding 2 SPY puts. You got me out of the first one with enough profit to be able to sit on the second one for a little bit while longer, let it go to the upside.
Yeah, you had secured a little bit of your profit, so you didn't have to worry about it. I do remember that.
And then was able to sell almost at the tippy top. I had bought it for I had bought 2. One I had bought for like $1.30 or $130. Then I averaged down, bought another one for 77, so my average was like 122. Sold one for 189 and sold the other one for 229.
A nasty trade.
But the better part of it wasn't just, oh, Enzo just gave me some trade. It was that I was able to see exactly why it happened and exactly where it was going. And again, if I would have been preoccupied, I probably would have botched the trade, and then I would have blamed you. I wouldn't, but that's how it works sometimes. But I can't blame you. I can't, obviously we're all responsible for ourselves. But if you're gonna get into those kind of trades, make sure your phone's off. Make sure you're not gonna have distractions, because you can miss them.
I can see where that could be my fault in your head though as well, because then it's like, well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. But at the same time, that's the complication. It's giving people enough information without going and putting others in. He said SPY 40s. Well, let's go.
Well, that's why I recommend, if you haven't done this, and even if you have, the best thing to do to learn options is to set yourself up a paper trading account and get the mindset that is your money in there. Not that you're playing with fake money, because then it's like, I bought a call option and it's gone. Who cares? You're not gonna learn anything that way. But if you set up a $500, if you set up a paper trading account that has the exact same value as what you would be willing to gamble on calls and stuff, you can learn a lot. And it might take you a month, but you know what? If you make those plays every day, and you can do the same thing with shares. It's not just call options. Like, paper trading is a great tool if done correctly. Paper trading can be a horrible tool if done wrong, because you have people that go in willy-nilly, set up a $500,000 paper trading account and just start going wild and end up making some play money on it, and then think that that's how it works. And yes, it does work. That paper trading is similar. Obviously, it's the exact same, except for the money isn't in there.
Yeah, no. If you think that the way that I can go and kind of explain it to you is, if you think that you played any type of video game, if you're playing just shares, you're playing any just normal amount of money, it probably feels like just a beginner mode. It's not day trading where it's like advanced or anything like that. But when you start going and then taking that day trade aspect and then make it as quick as it is, while 100xing your investment, basically without having to put up any of the capital other than the premium, it's so easy.
It goes
really
both ways.
Mean a lot.
Michael Burry, it goes both ways, because I had that I did it the stupid way. When I first learned to play options, I did the stupid stuff that I just talked about. Set up whatever, Thinkorswim, $100,000, okay, and just buying whatever, $300 GameStop options, I'll take 5 of those, it was just, it was like a game. So you're right there, like, I didn't really learn a lot until you have your own money in there, but until you feel absolutely comfortable knowing exactly how they work and what you're getting into, that's the only thing that I don't want to see people doing. I mean, you shouldn't follow people into any trades without doing your own DD, whether it's options, shares, used car, a video game, anything. Look for yourself. You know, don't ever just take somebody's word for it.
No, I think it's definitely useful to listen to other people's thoughts and their sentiment,
and especially the people that are. If you're looking to trade options, listen to both sides. Listen to people that trade options and listen to people that don't trade options, because there might be a reason why somebody else doesn't get into options that maybe that applies to you. You know, there's a million different ways to trade out there, guys. The key is finding a system that works for you. Whether it's shares, whether it's momentum, whether it's swing trading, whether it's day trading. Every single one of us, and even with, you know, however many of us are in here, every one of us is in a complete different situation. You know, our goals are different, our finances are different, everything. The whole key is just making it your own. And that's why I said, like, with the trade that I got into, I knew exactly what I was getting into with him, and I knew I could lose all that money, and I wouldn't blame anybody but myself. But somebody that trades the SPY every day versus somebody that doesn't, you're going to know a little bit more. Same thing with the way that Bullfrog trades with his charting. Obviously, he knows more than I would know about it. Doesn't mean I would just blindly follow him in, but I'm trying to learn every side of it. Because you really have to put it all together. You need charting, you need social sentiment, you need market sentiment, you need news, you need all of that rolled into one to really make it happen.
Absolutely. I have to use at least that.
Channel trading, dip and rip, like it's I because when I talk, and Junk Savvy, I know me and you have talked about this, when we talk about the way that tennis trades, it sounds so oversimplified because it's just, buy the dips and sell the rips. It's there is more that goes into it, but when you get down to the base of what he's doing, that's it.
He doesn't have to, because he does not have to worry about where said dip is. He's buying dip and selling it whenever it's green.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
At that point, you're making money regardless, as long as it doesn't go down.
Exactly, and he's doing it in companies that he's already almost predetermined that if, like, okay, so say a stock that he's looking at is trading at $2, and he knows, and you know, he's got a conviction that it's going to go to $5, so he knows that he'll keep buying. So he'll buy at $2. If it falls, he already knows that he's going to be that he's averaging down, because he knows it's a quality company. He knows it's not a fly-by-night company that, wow, this thing just started going down. He's seen the bounces, he plays them, so he has that extra arsenal of, okay, well, if I haven't got the bottom and it falls a little bit more, I'll throw more money at it and catch it on the way up. And he's very successful with it. And it sounds very simple, but number one is the individual knowledge of the stock. He knows a lot about where they're going. He looks at their debt. He looks at their cash flow. He looks at what IP they own, all that kind of stuff. And then once he has that, he doesn't have to worry about, oh, well, is this a good price to buy? It's like, nope, I know it's going here, so I'll buy here, and all the way down to here, I'll keep loading the boat. Yeah, very, very true. Very true, Michael Burry. I see it. I'd say meet in the middle on that, because a portfolio, to run a portfolio through paper trading, I agree. That's nonsensical. But I don't think a lot of people, especially when you first look at options, I think people are blown away by how much it moves. So, for example, you get in on a play with shares, you buy 100 shares, you need that thing. If it runs up 20%, 30%, it's on the FOMO list now. It's got all eyes on it. A call option can, the price can move just a little bit, and both ways. It could go it could go, you know, you could be up 30% quick, or it could drop real quick. It moved the percentages move so much faster, and I think that's what throws people off. If you're going from somebody that just trades shares, you know, where you need something miraculous pretty much to have a 50%, 60% gainer. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there, Michael. It's all coming. The thing was, and this is a big part my fault. We just put in so much effort to get the bare bones of this up and running, which, you know, and I'm not complaining in the slightest because I love working on this stuff. But we wanted to get the foundation out here first, get things like that, and then really start offering some quality content, and especially with some call options with different strategies, and, you know, maybe do some private stuff in Discord, things like that. And the nice thing, Michael, is this dude doesn't sleep, so you can call him 24 hours a day. I'll message you his hotline number.
You will not. No, you will not.
And yeah, you can just abuse him any hour of the day. He's good.
Yeah, typically, except for whatever time and today, I'm gonna be dying at the helm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tennis. Don't bring up that SENS. But you know what? We learned something from it.
MViz tennis is saying, oh, you said NS.
What's that MViz doing?
MViz is getting wobble on it.
Up 6.5%.
Wobble on it like Jason Derulo. I've been doing this since December 20. Wait. What? Wait. Why would you hold those? Is the question.
Hold what?
Why? Now, if you bought something for $500, and then you went and had 6,000.
I'm assuming you're talking about the whole portfolio, right? Not one play. So you started with 500, grew it to 6,000 plus, and then watched the bottom fall off of it. It happened, and you know, it's been huge swings up and down. You know what I mean? So even last year, as much of a bull market as it is, and as much as, you know, I even say it sometimes, hey, you could have threw a dart and made money. That's only true to an extent, you know what I mean? Because a lot of people were just beginning traders, and sure, things ran like you never seen, but those things also came back to reality, and there's always somebody on the other side of the trade. So don't beat yourself up. Non-refundable. The last going on the last year, since last November, it's just been a hellacious market. It's been not something that you could just passively invest in and make money, unfortunately. You know, and I don't think a lot of people look at like their retirement accounts, their pensions, things like that on a day-to-day basis. I think they, you know, kind of set it and forget it, and I'm worried about when people start to see, you know, oh wait, what happened to my 401k?
Where'd my US Air go?
Yeah, so
Streamlabs is getting Michael.
Well, it's good. Oh, I see it. Yeah, that is the first Streamlabs sighting.
Victory! Get some!
All right.
I'm better than you. I'm sorry. I had to get the celebration dance out on AI. I apologize.
Tennis, and that's what it's all about, is being able to take that loss and move right back on. Every trader is going to take losses. There's nobody out there that I know of that's batting 1,000. So yeah, it's and not just on bad plays. You could have bad investments that at some point you have to make that decision of, okay, this stock, I've been holding it and it's down 40, 50, whatever percent. Is my money best suited waiting there for this stock to come back, or are my skills good enough where I can sell at this loss and turn around and make it back, which like you did with SENS. You know, it was you took one on the chin, but you didn't number one, you didn't hold and say, okay, well, you know, it came down, it'll go back up someday. You didn't do that.
Compound the problem.
Yeah, and I get it. It's tough, especially when it's a company that you believe in. And SENS was really that for me, and that's what made it so tough. And I learned a lesson to not to not get emotionally attached at all to a stock, even if I believe in the company, and to separate believing in the company being able to do good and the company being able to be profitable. And I talked about that with SENS. That was a problem for me because and I've listened to the last 7 or 8 earnings calls from SENS, and they are everything you would not want in a company that you're investing in the sense of their number one goal is not to make money, which I love. The aspect of it that they want to get that product, they want to improve people's lives. I love that side of it. But then you look at the business side, and it's like, so that was a tough one. But you know, it's there's probably a $10,000 class at some academy or some Ivy something that I could have took to learn the exact same thing that I learned just by botching that trade. So. Gotta take the good with it. Yeah, oh, I like it, man. Streamlabs is getting abused in the chat. Oh yeah, yeah. People always claim that. You know, it's like Homeboy said, Michael. I don't want you to judge me by my wins. I want you to judge me by my losses, because there's so few of them. What are we, Twitter here? We got 60 character. Exactly. Yep, give me 1 second there, Tennis. I would say 307. You're gonna get some resistance, and then probably the next gap up on that to the next resistance, I think, would be 316, 317, or maybe 316 to 318. But I would say the next line of defense will be at about 309, 310. Well, yeah, botch me once, shame on you. Botch me twice, shame on me. Yes. Birdie, let me go relinquish the bladder first. Enzo, if you would be so kind, you can start kind of setting up a trade. And again, I'm gonna take this trade. This is just kind of an exercise. This isn't. I'm gonna be trading with real money. But this isn't how it should be done. I'm just Enzo has some really great information to get to people, and I just want to get that information to you guys in the best way, and this may be the best way to do it. And we're gonna give it a try. So Enzo's gonna set that up. I do have to relieve the bladder though before I do anything. You definitely don't want to get into a trade with IMPP on deck. Never good. Just saying.
Yeah, no, not when you're holding that much PP.
No. So.
Apple's going up to the top side over that 140.83 area that it's having a problem with, a week ago. I look at that as a bullish. Yes, sir. I look at that as a bullish indicator in the market. I then go over and look down here at Novak. Novak is one of those, or Novavax, I think is what it's called. One of those that I believe it's biomed. With shots and stuff like that for COVID, or I think it might be the image. I don't remember, but they're running off of just the fear news, and I used it just as a thought process here. As well, it just ran right into its 100 EMA and MA. So could I see some top side there? Yeah, but I don't think it's go to 28 right this second. So the problem with this running to the upside is we do have a problem. We're going to continue to run down. If you remember, COVID or any type of COVID news would always come out, the market would just tank. This is kind of that same idea, but why now is a COVID stock making gains while the U.S. economy is bouncing back? That doesn't make sense. I have not the ability to do that, Birdie. He has us in here the way that he has. He will have to do that when he gets back.
I'm sorry. I was just connecting to ask you. I was not sure that you would read this, but it really helps a lot if we can actually see what you are telling us. We'll get that message to MIA and he'll change it. Okay.
Sure.
See you later.
Yes, sir. SQs are coming down. It looks like they're more than likely going to want to double bottom here. What I would be afraid of at the $61.18 area on the SQQQs, I would be concerned to not come back far enough. I want to basically see the underside of $60.80. That would be a break of a lot of different places of support. I think that's a good place psychologically from the past in that stock. And I don't think that Novak would run all the way to 28. It most certainly could. But I think that at some point the market is going to go and take a breath. And I don't think it's going to be right now on the SPY. I do think it's going to be, however, pretty close to the rest of, or the end of the day. You might even get something close to 362 if it decides to really want to go. And Apple right now is over the 40. Wow, that thing's flying over the 141.15 already. And now we're coming even further down on the SQs. SQ support would be over here somewhere yesterday. Would like to call it, my opinion, $60.14. Then once again, obviously at the 59.77. And those are on the SQ QQQs. Gonna hold DNA through the day. I like it. Why not? You're already pulling people for a couple percent here and there. I don't know if you're a usual holder, but why not? Maybe if you feel good about it, maybe that's the old forehand trying to tell you something. Sometimes you just gotta believe, like it's share. All right, Tony. Market is selling off. It is getting interesting. I don't look at this as being an issue at all. I mean, other than the inflation, obviously the things that are affecting people currently. My play is going to go and be, I would like to go and see if we actually break up to the top here at 361, 361.70. I want to see if we can break that and hold it. Just because of the fact that that's a prior place of resistance, and I would like to see if we could actually get over that. If we can, I would assume that we're going to probably run to 362, and then probably, I guess, tuck down into this little wedge that's created from about 361.78 on the SPY down to 360, or excuse me, up to about 361.91. And it's probably, I'm assuming it's just going to want to sit right around there going into the end of the day. But we need to break up currently right this second so that we can get through to be able to consolidate back to that place of support, so that we don't just ram ourselves right back into it tomorrow, and we can kind of use that as a support level going further. But if you, let's say, wake up tomorrow and the market has suddenly gone to 380, which could very easily happen with all the data that we're getting, you would be buying things that are $10, $20 a piece, even $3, $4 a piece in some cases, and selling them for 10 or 15, or the $100 positions. You could be selling them for $600, $700, or even thousands. It's a very, very interesting way to trade stocks in the stock market, but it is a lot of fun, a lot of money. You can also go and lose a lot of money, but if you're doing it in the right way, where you're learning as you're doing it, you become accustomed to just trading the same way over and over again. And after repetition, eventually those things work. You listen to Birdie in the morning, you get used to that. You go and hear his rules, his sentiments, his things, what his rules that he trades by, and then those get stuck in your head, and then you bring them up to him a year later. Or you tell somebody else. That's when you really know something weird, is when you go and start telling people the same thing that they told you when they had a down day. So I think it's kind of cool. Half the battle is picking yourself up after the bad trade, like Crypto said. That wasn't Crypto, that was who was that? Somebody had said that the other day. No, he probably had to go check on the puppy real quick.
You know, I had to get some puppy time in. I tried to get her to come up here, but
look, man, you didn't bring enough to the class, bruh.
I know. Alright, what did I miss?
So, I'm glad that you're here. I'm waiting for this to break up and hold. So, it's right here. It's little tiny triangle. I don't know if you can see it. They want my charts, by the way. Birdie had come in.
Show us the chart.
Yes, sir.
Let's take a look. HKD. Not that I'll know what to expect on that, but but just because it's so crazy.
That's.
It's pushing down. I mean, I would keep an eye on it. I would keep an eye on like the $40 level. If it gets back down near there, non-refundable, I would be careful. That would be my point. I'd be looking at like $40. Go Niners! Oh man, Jen Matt. What's up, Jen Matt?
And I missed her. I missed her a lot before that statement.
I'll accept that. I'll accept that from you, Jen Matt. Great to see you. I hope you are doing well. I hope you're doing better than my Raiders, Jen Matt. Please tell me that you are. Awesome. Great, really great to see you. I really do hope you're doing well. Missed you tremendously, and really hope everything is good.
Everybody does. I promise.
Awesome. And not that I don't love each and every one of you guys. I ain't gonna lie. That just put a big smile on my face. Just seeing that name pop up. So awesome to see you, Jen Matt. And again, hope you are doing well. Really, really cool. But yeah, non-refundable. I would HKD. It looks like it's petering off a little bit. Looks like a bit of a sell-off. I don't know if you're in it or if you're looking to get in it. If I was in the green on it, I would be probably taking profits right now. No, not financial advice. It just looks like it's going to fall back to this $40 level. And then from there, you can see it fall off, heck, back down to $28, $29. And this doesn't really go by official rules. Like I could show you the chart and I could do it, but we know the 816-ery bananery, if you will, that goes on with that stock. So I would just play it super close to the chest with HKD. So what are we waiting on here, Enzo? We got you got something in the.
I'm waiting for this candle to bounce off the bottom. Right about 3.
Jen Matt, you want to know what made it extra tough? Was that I watched that game with Odie Fro. And I have to say he was a good sport about it. It was a very interesting game to watch with him because there was bad calls on both sides, and like you don't see that often when you're watching a game with a friend who has you guys are on opposite sides, but it's like I was saying the same thing with the Chiefs penalties as Odie was saying with the Raiders ones. Like, this is crap. And neither one of us wanted to see our team win on some garbage, you know what I mean? But that's what happened. At least it was a close game. At least it wasn't a blowout. But I'm 0 for 3. I've watched 3 Chiefs-Raiders games with Odie, and not one has gone my way or even close. Yeah, that HKD falling further, $42.95 now. So, non-refundable. Just be careful.
I'm going to be taking calls to the upside. I would like to fill right around that 60.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to get your chart up.
Worries. I've already got those SPY 378s I picked up are up 72%. 75. And I don't even think Tesla's moving yet. Tesla's going to go end up. Oh yeah, HKD is okay, bud.
There's that that mark. There's that $40, $40.29.
And I don't think that's helping. I would be very surprised if this didn't end up
back down at 26, 27.
Yeah,
I could see that. Like I said, I mean, this is a tough one to look at. Like I said, if I'm seeing any kind of support, it's going to be down here, right around this 40, 50.
go babe, go baby. No, don't do that. Don't touch that like that. Go up and hold. Those same calls are now up 80. They
Which
just hit
ones?
84. So on a SPY 378 that I picked up a while ago, what I would be looking for right here is two things. When you have the overall market, or an ETF or something like that, what I'm looking for right here is where do I go and start? Because let's assume you already had a profitable play and you have taken this money. You don't have to worry about settling or anything like that. But right here, can you look at this? Am I SPY?
I'm looking.
This looks like a scare, a correction. Think you can get easily.
I can't see nothing. What that looks like to me is if I gave Nikki a ruler and a sheet of paper and was like, draw as many different lines as you possibly can.
So, right here, if you look at these two red lines, there's a red and yellow line. That's some kind of special line from back in the day. It was probably some kind of resistance.
Okay.
This was also a huge resistance because it was a little bit of a thicker red line. But we have some green support here that we eventually broke down. See this right here?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I'm a stock, that's kind of where I want to go to jump back to. It's going to go to the place of least resistance. And if there's not a bunch of resistance there, like there's a hell of a lot more change going through this landmine area than it would be just going through the 366s. 366s didn't really have a lot of consolidation. It might just want to fly through there.
What spider webs look like on caffeine. Sorry, that's funny.
I don't even know what happened. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Nothing.
Got it.
So $100 play. Let's go. Where are we looking?
I'm actually trying to figure out why this lady.
Attaboy, non-refundable. Good job. Good job, buddy. Oh yeah, we're gonna see the move. Looks to me like support broke, but was provided and retest to bounce right off of it, says Mr. Glitch.
Yep. But I'm trying to make sure that it's actually going to go and hold that 6140, whatever they just made it. Because if you go and
That's right. Don't rush the magic. All my life I've been looking for magic.
HKD, if it gets rejected here, the market's gonna go. If Chinese stocks get rejected, the ones that usually run, or the runners of the day, if they are put in a place where they can go to the downside and they have the ability to be annoying, they will do it every time. Promise. That little yellow VWAP line underneath HDK, the fourth chart, that thing, it's the stupidest little line that doesn't make any sense. That one will be the biggest pain to do anything with.
Yeah, GME is the little engine that could today. Tiny, 25.97, almost 4% gains for GME, hanging up there.
Yeah, no, that's what you call them? I call those drool marks.
I've smacked this fly like 7 times today, and I just keep giving him brain damage and not killing him.
Hey, but here's the thing. If you go and buy some more Mr. Miyagi, scale down. You know what I mean? Scale down into that position.
Listen, we don't want to release too much, but guys,
right.
I did hear a rumor, 2 fascinating releases coming up, Eagle Fang coin, and then followed up by the holiday season, look for Miyagi-Do coin coming to a scam shop near you. So.
What was that? Hey, bro, I really gotta know. What was that second one?
Miyagi-Do coin. It's a build-up. They took the Netflix model. What these people did was they took the Netflix model and they built on it. First releasing Cobra Kai coin. Then they're gonna have Eagle Fang Do.
Okay.
And then they might be collaborating with the good folks at the Inu, so it might be Miyagi Inu Do. I'm not sure what the name's gonna be yet, but stay tuned. Word on the street is some Eagle Fang coins will make great stocking stuffers. So
hey, and if they don't, heads are gonna roll. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I respect it. Wax on, wax off.
Mhm.
Yep. You gotta get the Windex out, dude. You can't just spit on the windows anymore. Okay.
I can't, but we're gonna start rushing that magic now, Mr. Mark.
The magic?
Yeah.
Oh, my fault. I got very into your beauty. Sorry. The Nasdaq's taking a hard look. Great.
Well, if they could somehow get Elon into the name, it might be Elon Agido, Elon Miyagi-Do.
That would be probably the saddest thing.
The key is putting as much words that have no correlation or meaning together into them. Kind of like an early 90s like Nas song, as much as I love Nas. If you put him on the spot and said, Mr. Nas, can you tell me exactly what a fettuccine capone is? He would say, no, I don't know. I found a couple Italian words and put them together and nobody noticed. Grumpy, come on, cut it out. Seriously, Grumpy.
What do you want, a YOLO play or a smart one?
A smart one. A smart one. I want a smart one that I'm not looking to triple my money. I'm looking for something that I can get 20-25%. And that if I want to be risky, I can hold for longer. But then then the risk goes up.
You would go and pick up a...
Sure can, Birdman.
368. 368 on the SPY. One day. Fairly safe.
Let's look.
but you're playing it for 20 or 30%, and you're getting a movement up right now. I don't see why you couldn't go and you could even probably grab the 369s. As long as you have the day trade to get out of it, you should be able to get out of it green regardless. But if you want something a little more stable for like $100 type of play, I would probably look. I would probably
68. We'll see if it fills.
Yeah, the 378s are what I have for, I think, the 17th. Nasdaq's doing well. IWM is actually pushing up to the top side here.
Little Nicky coin, I like it.
Nikki 6. Oh, I just got 100% option today, ladies and I'm on a roll. Somebody put me out on my fire.
I don't think Doge's days are numbered, non-refundable. I think we'll probably, and there's a big wild card with Elon if he takes over Twitter, if he goes towards the direction, and this is something I do agree with Elon on, as far as having a universal kind of a universal currency for Twitter. And I don't think it's so much for people to interact, but advertising, with it being so global and things like that, it does create a lot of barriers for both advertisers and creators on Twitter. So maybe Doge plays into that. I don't know. I haven't. I think it's just kind of been going down with the rest of crypto. And Doge, I'm not gonna lie, had some exciting stuff. Mark Cuban, when he first got onto it, I think Mark Cuban is one of the premier entrepreneurs of our time. I might not agree with everything that the guy says, but I really respect him. And I liked what he was doing with Doge, as far as with the Mavericks. Thought that we would see that kind of take off a little bit more. And I think if crypto in general would have held, and if Doge would have held a little bit better, I think we would have seen more adaptation in the NBA about that. Because more so than any other professional sports organization, the NBA owners, everybody is very micromanaged, both in a business sense and a personal sense. So if the NBA wasn't on board with it, and the NBA didn't see some future with it, I don't think they would have allowed Cuban to do it to begin with. So maybe as things ramp up a little bit, obviously, sports kind of took a bad rap when it comes to crypto, with certain players getting portions of their contracts paid out in crypto, and maybe it wasn't as profitable as maybe they first thought. But I think Doge has some opportunities now. I don't.
OCGN.
OCGN, huh?
Yeah, remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
8%. Going right into its resistance. It might be able to be shorted. It is hard to borrow, but if you're looking at this and this does not want to break, let's call it 176, and then for sure, about the 176 area, that thing will want to come right back down to the downside of 165 at least. You can go and just have that little bit of movement. Change a lot of things. What, 10 cents? Not maybe, not probably. I would assume you're not going to get that much.
Enzo, give me 2 minutes real quick. My ex is calling. I only got to take it because her ma's having surgery tomorrow, so that's probably what she's calling.
Oh, no worries.
Just give me a quick second.
No worries. Sage Therapeutics is also on the way up. Fisker is moving as well, the EV company. I would be curious to see if Volta goes after that, which I'm almost positive it will. Maintains a cell. Fun. Yeah, those calls are now 120 on the day. Ouch. I'm looking for Tesla to perk itself up here. So those SQs that Odie was asking me if I was getting in earlier, those are green. Those, I have a lot of Tesla calls. If Tesla goes off, that account that started as $250 will more than likely be $1,000. Tesla follows this trend. ESPN and Draft are doing something. I would be very careful around this 363 right here on SPY. I was able to go and buy 3 calls, by the way, at the SPY 378. And those were purchased for 51, an average of 51 a piece. Those are now 112. AMC is likely going to follow someone. Yeah, here we go. That's going to break up right here. So Apple or AMC is right here where Apple is. Here's going to be a consolidation zone. And then they'll go for some more. I wouldn't be surprised if this was way up. But be responsible with your trade, please. I'm not telling you that this is what's going to happen, but I can tell you that this is what could happen. It could very easily go over like 365. I don't think it's going to. Market going green. Yeah, that's going. I can't go and do anything about it until MIA gets back. Santa, I will do my best.
I'm back.
Santa is about to throw you in the bathroom and me with you if you don't get him his charts up. You know what I mean? Yes, sir.
There ain't really much I could do about that. You can turn those 4 charts that you got into
one.
That's
true. True. No, I think this is going to be that consolidation. So, you were able to get into what, by the way?
368 calls.
Calls, so those are already way up.
No, they were. Now they came back down. I got them at 69 cents. They're at 73.
Why is blessing me? You okay? I think Ant-Man is blessing me in the chat.
I'm low now.
This looks like a rejection. However, it's not. It's catch itself with that candle.
How's that better? Should be. Sundial calls for January 2025.
I would rather. I have a lot of things. A whole list of things I'd rather.
I'll hold on to that money for you. Non-refundable.
Yeah. Right. Just make it payable to whatever else.
I mean, that could be, in all reality, if we were to get some kind of federal legalization, something like that, you might be profitable on that. But that's just tying up money for too long. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm good. A little bit more. How about now? How about now?
So I haven't really been able to ask you since about it. How do you like your car?
How do I like my car?
No, I was talking to Katie.
Oh.
Sorry.
I was gonna say my car is nice. I enjoy it. It's functionable.
I feel like you're a nice Chrysler minivan type of guy.
No, I'm a Mitsubishi Outlander Sport kind of guy. It says I care about the way I look, but I'm still approachable.
Right, naturally. Yeah. No, you should just go break down and get an Evo.
Nope.
Give Nicky a super on his birthday.
Sundial $3. What are those run for?
Jan.
My sister's got a dirt bike for him for his birthday.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's great, dude. You know how many places there are to ride dirt bikes in the inner city? Not a lot.
No.
Do you know what happened when I had a dirt bike when I was a kid? I didn't have any brakes on it, and I almost died because undercover cops pulled out in front of me and asked me for a license, and I was 14, and came up with the stupidest lie any kid would. I'm like, oh, well, I made an appointment to go get one. It should. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I gotta wait until I get out of school.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
Oh, no, I'm good. Nikki's mom's mom is having surgery tomorrow, and she wasn't sure the time, so she was just updating me as far as what's going on tomorrow.
You doing all right?
Yeah, she's good. She had part of her thyroid removed last year or the beginning of this year, and then it came back. They didn't even do a biopsy this time because they were pretty sure it was cancerous. So they're just taking the rest of it out tomorrow. But we got a place called Roswell Park in Buffalo. Great cancer institute. A little bit more experimental than like a Cleveland Clinic or Mayo Clinic or something like that. But they do some amazing stuff there. So hopefully she'll be good. But if I'll be absolutely fine to be on the show and everything tomorrow. but you know, we help each other out. So I may have to. And her ma lives kind of far, so I may have to run out there, let her dogs out and stuff because she's got to stay overnight at the hospital. But that's what family does. That's what family does. Even if it is my ex-wife, you know, that'll always be Nikki's family, and I always treat them as such, and vice versa.
Lucky.
Yeah,
You're lucky.
I am lucky in that sense, and I count my blessings every day because you know, it's one thing for a marriage to not work out. That happens. It's unfortunate. You know, I would have always.
It happens.
Yeah, I would have chose to raise Nikki in a different environment. But you play the cards that you're dealt, and you make the best of it, and that's why you'll never hear me disrespect or talk badly about Nikki's mom. You know, we may have failed at marriage, but we will never fail as parents. And it's good to have her on my side, and I would think that she feels the same way.
Yo, you just said to get a helmet in the chat. Yeah. Just really told somebody to get a helmet. Yeah, and it was about Ape, wasn't it? It was about Ape, too. Oh.
Yeah, we talked about Ape yesterday, so I like that theory that Birdie was talking about, that an offering will trigger something because of the failure to delivers.
Right.
Makes absolute sense. It aligns with the action that we've seen on AMC. I mean, I think a lot of us don't think that AMC ran because of the fundamentals of doing an offering. As Adam Aaron that's where I think Adam Aaron was a little bit misleading. But, and Birdie Hunter, you could maybe answer this. Do you think Adam Aaron was trying to allude to the fact, because maybe that's what caused those little mini squeezes before? Because he was right. He wasn't lying when he said, when we did an offering, AMC ran. We did an offering, yep. AMC ran. But was it because people said, man, I love dilution. I can't wait to buy more stocks. Wait, you're going to tell me that this stock, I can own less of this company if I buy today? Let's go, baby. You know, no one does that. But maybe he was subtly trying to say, listen, guys, this is what triggers those failure to delivers, you know, some action on them. So maybe we see that. Maybe he is a good guy. I don't know. You know, everybody has an opinion about Adam Aaron, and we all are probably wrong. We don't know exactly what his motives are.
I don't think we need to, though.
No, neither do I. Because when it comes down to it, you can say a lot about Adam Aaron. You can say maybe he misled, whatever. But at the end of the day, he's done his fiduciary duty. He's done exactly what he's paid to do. He's done his job, and it hasn't been an easy job. It hasn't been an easy job to keep shareholders happy, keep the board happy, and keep the business going. You know, I mean, I don't think we're going to see him winning any CEO of the year anytime soon. But I think he continues to do a great job with what he has. Yes, Birdie. Step away. Step away, my friend. Come on in. Yeah, that stinks. That stinks, Tiny. It's, I see a lot of that, too, because it becomes a competition, I think, sometimes. And one parent, it'll be one parent wanting to be the cool parent, you know what I mean? And that's another thing that I have to give Nicole a lot of credit on. In any situation, if it's anything serious other than, I handle what happens at my house, she handles what happens at her house in the sense of punishment, things like that, on little stuff. Anything big, though, before Nikki's even talked to, we talk about it, and we always find some common ground. It's very true.
Here I am, MIA.
Birdie Hunter coming in live from across the pond.
Non-refundable asked a question about Ape and where I stand on it. And,
Okay.
we talk a lot about all things in life and stocks and shares, but also AMC, Ape, GameStop, and the other meme stocks off the channel because we didn't have a channel for a couple of weeks. But here's the thing, non-refundable. This is where, well, this morning, in fact, I talked to Enzo and I said I'm still holding AMC. And I'm still holding all the Ape I got from my position on the dividend date. I did not trade any AMC nor Ape since. And to be honest, I lost interest in watching that line. I'm really far more into the trading part, and Enzo is helping out, and the group around Bullfrog is helping out, making money on a daily basis, and that's all good. But here's my stance on AMC and Ape. Nothing has changed. Hey, Crypto for us all. Hey, all. Now, so we've been watching a lot of guys on YouTube over the last 2 years, and basically there's only one that is still doing the same thing, and that's Jackson Hunter. And the other one I watch quite a lot, or whenever he posts a video, that is the Boss Blunt, Marcel, and Tony Denaro. And I keep watching those guys, and the general opinion of all the people on YouTube that I take seriously is that nothing has changed. There's a huge short position on both GME and AMC and others like BBBY, COS, and companies like that. And our belief has not changed. What did change is the position on balance sheet of the hedge funds and of the big banks. And yeah, because of that, I believe we are quite close to a big move. That's my belief. So we keep holding it. In fact, Blizzard just texted me 2 hours ago, AMC is at 620, should I buy more? I said, just hold it. I don't know how deep they want to push it. But AMC and Ape combined being below 8, I would have never imagined that being possible a year ago, before a squeeze. That being said, just be careful and make your own decisions, but nothing has changed. I know a lot of people in the Netherlands only that improved their positions over the last 4 weeks when the prices were dropping. And I'm doing the same thing. With the profits I make on the trades that we do, a big part of that profits go back to AMC, GameStop, and Ape.
One question, Bertie. Do you think it was handled wrong not doing an offering immediately? Looking at where Ape was, what they could have raised. Do you think doing an offering immediately and paying off debt was the way to go?
No, I'm not sure if there has been an offering. Honestly, I do think that a lot of the available shares from the decision of the board in AMC years ago about this preferred share opportunity, I would not be surprised that a large part of that 400 million shares are already in the market. But that is on Adam Aron to make public. If not, there's also the rule about the $1 situation. If your value of a share drops below $1, you get noticed. by the NASDAQ or New York Stock Exchange that you have to comply with being above $1 for 8 days in a period of 3 months or 6 months, and you get one more exemption, and yeah, then you should do a reverse split in order to get it back over $1, like Sundial has done. I don't believe that will ever happen with Ape. What Adam Aron has as a trick in his sleeve, he can combine the two, AMC and Ape, back together to only AMC. He can do that, and that's an opportunity that, for instance, a Sundial didn't have. And if he does that, all the Ape shares, and that is 430-ish million at this stage, should be accounted for. And that's where the failed to deliver will come into play. So he said, Adam Aron said, checkmate. Checkmate, yeah, in chess means now I've got you. But checkmate can also play out over a longer period of time in the stock market. And I still believe that Adam Aron is in charge of making moves that will really push the price up, or if you watch it the other way, can hurt the hedge funds that shorted AMC.
Well, I love your optimism, Birdie. That I have to say. Not that I don't. It's not that I don't agree with you, because I think all of that makes sense. But again, until somebody forces a failure to deliver when you still don't have to deliver it is only so good. You know what I mean? It's like when it's like O.J. Simpson. Hey, here's a civil case. You got to pay this guy $30 million because you killed him, even though we let you off. But you don't really have to pay him. Like, that's kind of how it is. It's great on paper, and I agree. Like I said, I never question these people that are putting this stuff out, and that it's not, you know, I trust the fact that it's solid evidence, but it's just disheartening when you see no enforcement of anything. You get what I'm saying? It's
Yeah, absolutely. But I had a really interesting written conversation this morning with Michael Bury about things that are happening in the markets. And it is not only AMC and Ape or GME that are under influence of maybe not so straightforward trading. Let's put it mildly. We are on YouTube. If you have been in the charting over the last couple of weeks and watched Enzo, he's not looking at fundamentals. He's looking at different things, and he's talking about what they are planning to do with SPY, SQs, and options and things like that. The same thing happens with AMC, Ape, GameStop. And it has been the main focus of social media, and in the mainstream media, Ape, AMC and GameStop and the meme stocks. But that hasn't changed. What has changed is that the markets are dropping like a rock since last year, October, November. That really has an impact on the balance sheets of the people who are short, and they have come up on a monthly base with new tricks to cover to hide their positions. But we are really getting close to the unfolding of all of this. If you keep an eye on what's happening at Credit Suisse, if you know what's going on at Deutsche Bank. This morning I had the opportunity to speak to Ace Lee, and Ace Lee lives in Singapore. I asked him a straightforward question: How high is the inflation in Singapore last month? He said 27%. Imagine what's going on in Asia. How much pressure is there on the banking system globally? How long can they kick this can? And yes, I'm still really worried. I've become more worried about the fact, will this ever play out in a fair way where shorts have to be covered? Yes, that's a big question to me too. If it does, it'll fly.
Yeah, and it's in no way that I'm not supporting the cause. I still have all my APE. I still have my AMC. I haven't jumped ship. Just trying to see it from all angles.
Oh, I did.
That's all. I never
So
had
that's
a
my
big
take on
position.
that. And I didn't want to write that down in.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate it, and
Yeah, I'm still in it. Tiny Box, it's not my biggest play. It is a large part of my portfolio, but it's not my money maker at this moment, and it hasn't been for quite a while. And my option accounts are making me money.
Yeah, and what I love about the way that you've played it, Birdie, is even if you were taking a paper loss as far as AMC dropping, APE dropping, you're making money elsewhere to offset that. So holding a stock that you believe in a cause that you believe in, isn't causing you pain. You know what I mean? I sympathize for the people that don't get involved in other things, and like Bratney, I know you're a hustler, baby. Like I'm your biggest cheerleader. So not directed at you in any way, but some people that just maybe put money that they couldn't afford to lose into it, obviously it's on us for making our own moves and things like that. But I think a lot of people have done what you did, Birdie, and got into maybe it for a squeeze, this and that, and maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. Either way, you're going to be successful because you looked outside of it. You were able to not just put all your eggs into that basket, even if the motive at first, Birdie, I know when you first really started making day-to-day trades and stuff, you were adding to your position, and that was kind of the incentive of it, which was awesome. But I think people learn to be able to offset those losses, and I think that's brilliant. Because not everybody can hold for the cause. Some people had to sell for whatever reason, and that's. But I think a lot of people did what you were able to do, and like I said, regardless of how it plays out, you became an excellent trader in the process of doing something that you held conviction. So it's to me, even if AMC goes to zero, even if I lose everything in there, I'll always look at this movement as a success because I think it opened up a lot of eyes. I've met you guys. I mean, nothing can top that. I've met some of the most amazing people in my life. And if you track it back, it started with AMC and GameStop. We wouldn't be here all together if it wasn't for that. So,
yeah, exactly the same here. And just to make sure that people are comfortable, I did sell around 56, 57 area in the summer of 21, and I took off my investment.
Nice.
And double.
Beautiful.
And I held on to some, and I bought back a bit more later. And yeah, so whatever happens, if AMC APE combination would drop to zero, it would still be a profitable trade to me. And yeah, but if it really pops off, you will see me around that Niagara Falls quicker than you can imagine, because I still hold quite some.
Oh, and Bratney, I wasn't when I said I wasn't talking to you. Not that you can afford to lose it. What I was meaning was, I know you do other things for money to add. Like, so when I was talking about people like Birdie that would trade to add to his position, I was just meaning you're not making a million moves a day to offset any kind of losses that you're taking. I know you make real life moves. Like I said, that's why I said you're a hustler, baby. Yeah, Tennis does not like the stock. He does not like the stock. And that's okay. You know, that's the beauty of this place. That's the beauty of this place is, you know, we can disagree all day long.
Yeah. I'm actually able to buy more now that I have this separate interactive broker account.
Yeah, I think like I said, I think it's all about perspective.
If they push it to $1, be sure that I'll load the boat on A.
Yeah. Now, if I was in a position where I've been holding AMC and, you know, not feeding my son, telling Nikki, hey, you don't need those new shoes, we're going to the moon, stuff like that, like, yeah, that would be, you know, then I would be doing a disservice to everybody involved.
Yeah, I know you, Bradley. And someday we will do some skiing at Madonna di Campiglio of the gains of AMC Ape play. I'm still convinced.
And hopefully we'll have enough left over to get Double Dutch off the ground.
Yeah, there's excellent golf courses just below the peak of Madonna di Campiglio. We'll meet there somewhere in Italy.
I like it. Added to that Seibin position. Loving those loving that those psychedelic plays, Tennis. I like it. How is Seibin doing? How does that work over there, Birdie, as far as medicinal kind of alternative medicine and recreational? I know obviously the Netherlands, so marijuana has been legal for the longest time there, right?
Legal, it is 20, 30 years. Well, I'm now 50. Say 30 years ago, if you would have your medicine in the streets below 5 grams, the police would just say, enjoy your day. If you were to have more than that, they consider it a trade, and that was and is, funny enough, still illegal.
Oh, okay.
You can buy below 5 grams. You can buy. Then that's not a problem. There are official shops around in the Netherlands.
Okay.
And you can do that every day or 10 times a day, whatever you like to do. You can do that. And it is just not an issue anymore over here. It really is not an issue, and it hasn't been for a decade. And I don't hear anything about it. People enjoy alcohol every now and then, cigarettes and marijuana.
Is it talked about in a medicinal way, or is it just kind of recognized recreationally? That's where I was going. Is like not just marijuana, but with psychedelics being used in more forms of treatment. Is there any buzz over there around that? What's kind of like the thoughts on that as far as an alternative medication?
That's it. It is both. There's still some people that are coming are taking the front and say that it really is helpful. For instance, people who are suffering from cancer pains, it really helps them. And every now and then you read about that in the paper and things like that. So yes, that's that's still an issue. But recreational. It is still there, but we have a different problem, and that's pills. Youngsters taking pills to stay up for 24 hours and party all night, dancing all night, and that is hard drugs, basically.
Yeah. Well, and they do that when they're youngsters, and then because they beat their bodies up so much doing that, as they get a little bit older, then they shift to painkillers and stuff like that, and that's what really interests me with psilocybin and things like that. these kind of treatments because they're they're doing everything from curing PTSD, curing pain relief, and it's not going to work for everybody. It's not a perfect thing. It has a million less side effects than anything pharmaceutical that you're going to put in your body. I'm scared because, and you see this, and I'm not sure if it's similar over there. I would have to imagine, as far as the grip that Big Pharma has, as far as dictating where treatments go and things like that. And that's what scares me here with those, with MindMed, with Cybin. I love the companies. I love where they're positioned, but I just don't trust Big Pharma of letting something that is an actual cure make it fully to market, because there's no money in cures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm fully aware of it. And, I was just stepping in to give you my view of Ape AMC, because someone in the chat asked that. And hey, I'm here. When I'm available, I will step in and talk to you guys. And talking is so much easier than using Google Translate and trying to get some text out in the chat in proper English. So yeah, my talking is way more easy. So this is why I stepped in. But now Tennis is Physical is asking a serious question. Michael Bury is already responding about Republic. And now you also asked me another question, which I forgot. Can you repeat that, MIA? And then I'll first attend Tennis is Physicals.
I would say go with Tennis is Physicals.
Are you still feeling safe in Europe? That is a very important question, and you can answer that in a way that do I feel in danger about a war threat? No, would be the answer. Do I feel in danger by really strange happenings in politics at this moment in Europe? Yes, would be the answer.
I think that's an honest take there.
And we, as Europeans, are not used to 17% inflation after 14% and after 8%. And this is really squeezing all the families in Europe. And that is a danger to our existence. And the energy bills will go up in the coming month. And that is scary. So that's not safe. People are taking measures, and so have I, just to be able to survive during winter as far as heating is concerned. And that's scary. We still do have full shelves in the supermarkets, but for instance, I was trying to buy lamp oil over the weekend. I had to visit 5 stores. A year ago, you would pay €1.50 for a liter of lamp oil, and now it was only offered in one shop. The other 4 I visited, it was off the shelves. It was empty, and I had to pay €4 for a bottle. So this is what's going on.
Yeah.
And if you zoom in into Europe and zoom into France, for instance, people in France are out of petrol because there's a organized strike at the refineries in France. Do realize that France does not have an electricity problem. And why is that? Because they have invested tremendous amounts of money over the last 3 decades into nuclear power plants. So France didn't have any issues when the pipeline from Russia with gas and oil was shut down, because they have nuclear energy. And somehow it still manages to have people out of petrol. because of strikes at the refineries that are making huge amounts of money because of the higher oil prices. Think about that. Why is that? Do you think Total, or Total Energy as it's called now, the biggest French refinery, doesn't want to share a penny with their workers? Of course they will. But that's not helpful to a certain cause. And this is why it's happening.
It's going to be a interesting winter, to say the least.
Oh, yes.
Exactly. I'm just hoping that people aren't used as pawns and energy isn't hoarded and people, you know, I don't think most people living nowadays have been through something like that, where people die from freezing and things like, you know, like that's not something that, you know, obviously it's happened historically for whatever reason, but it's, I don't know. And I'm really hoping that doesn't happen. And hopefully, you know, what we know about energy and what exists and what doesn't, hopefully, you know, that'll be exposed, because there's no shortage of energy. There's plenty of energy for everybody to stay warm and stay fine. It's just...
yeah, but the thing is that there is still plenty of energy, and we know that. Especially here in the Netherlands, we have a supply of natural gas that will last for at least 30 years for the whole of the European Union. But they refuse to restart it. And that's a political choice. And that's just dreadful. Did you check the videos I sent you?
I did.
It's just ridiculous. We are opening a new plant in the northern part of Germany for LPG, gas and hydrogen, and we are investing 8 billion to make it work in 2025, where there's natural gas in the Netherlands, and the installations are already there. But it's a political choice in the Netherlands. They call natural gas a dirty fossil fuel, and that's a political choice. That's the only problem we have. We don't have to get gas from Putin. We don't. We have it ourselves.
Well, could someone point out to them, if natural gas was such a dirty pollutant and this and that, where's all the cleanup crews? Where's all the I don't see Greenpeace and other I don't see them over around that pipeline. Oh, because gas doesn't it dissipates. It's gone. It's not like there was no cleanup. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So how is it? And those same people that push that as a dirty fossil fuel, because their backs were against the wall and had to resort to what is a dirty fossil fuel as far as coal.
Yeah. What is a fossil fuel?
A lie.
A lie, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. A gift from the dinosaurs, right?
Yeah, and that's just made up. No, the Earth takes care of itself, and there's plenty of gas and oil available. But hey, if you don't want to explore that, or now we should say it in the correct way, if you don't want to explore that and divide all the profits with the people where you found it, that's a different question. But hey, tennis is physical. Yes, it's absolutely correct that if you visit the major cities in Europe, that you will find a lot of diversity, to put it diplomatically correct. And that has been the policy over the last decades. If you were to visit Amsterdam or London or Berlin, you will see a lot of diversity instead of the original people who lived in Europe. And that's an issue. And I can tell you, well, hey, we are on a different channel. Let me give you some real insights. Here you go. If we get kicked off, well, stop me before you think I shouldn't talk anymore.
Talk.
One of the top 5 cities in the Netherlands, it's called Utrecht. So you got Amsterdam, Rotterdam, The Hague, Utrecht, and Groningen. Those are the 5 major cities. We've got a special government in a city called Utrecht. All our major cities have far left-wing mayors. Far left. Utrecht has a special one. What they did is we have a huge housing problem for young people. It is really difficult to hire or rent or buy a home as if you are 20, 22, 25 and you want to move out of your parents' home. It's a huge problem because there's just none available, and if there's anything available, it's way too expensive for the salaries those youngsters make. So Utrecht was the first to have people from outside the EU, what you call immigrants, housed in their city. And the homes that were given to immigrants were only given to immigrants who had a job. They were contributing, and as a reward, they got an apartment or a house and furnishing and everything. There was an inquiry about the 1,200 people who were rewarded a home in September. Out of the 1,200 people were from outside Europe. They had a job. They got a house. A week later, they had a house. And they were on government payment because they quit their job. Now, this is what's happening in the Netherlands. And people are really upset about it.
Yeah, rightfully so. And okay, is the outrage going towards where it should go? Is the outrage going towards the people that took advantage of those? The
outrage is just suppressed because it is not in the mainstream media. This is all, well, the announcement is in mainstream media, and you cannot respond to it. And then the response comes from alternative media.
Yeah, see, those situations, those are so tricky because, like I said, do you fault the immigrant that takes advantage of a situation? You know what I mean? That's doing that, and it's, I don't know. I feel like that's what happens here. Like, we blame people, like Section 8 housing, like you say, and stuff like that. We blame the people that are taking advantage of it, and it's like these people have been put in a situation where that's the best thing for them to do for them and their family, and it gets lost as far as pointing to the people implementing these things. Same thing with immigration here, where it's like Americans want jobs done. We're lazy. We're lazy people. We want immigrants to do the jobs that we don't want to do.
It's not true.
We won't come out and say that, although some politicians slip up and let that come out and say exactly how they feel, because that is how they feel. Those are votes and those are workers to do jobs that we somehow think we're better than.
MIA. Let me use the banana word first. That is bananas. I know you. You are, to me, the America, the Joe American, how do you call it? The average Joe in America. You would pick up 2 or 3 jobs just to make sure that your son has enough to eat.
Absolutely.
That's your mentality, and that's the American mentality. So I don't believe
it used to be, Birdie. I'm hopeful that it still is, but it just seems, I don't know. And again, it's tough because I do feel like I represent most people, and I think most people are decent individuals that don't look at immigrants as second nature citizens. But like at the same time, get sick and tired of them being used as pawns. I mean, I'm all for everybody having a better life. If you're from a place, immigrants built America.
Oh yes.
But the way that we go about doing
it. This is a good one. We were the first, the Dutch guys. Who was the guy that made New York for the first time? Remember that question?
I do.
That's
New Amsterdam.
New Amsterdam, yeah. Peter Stuyvesant. Remember that. So we were immigrants in the United States at some point. And a lot of people contributed over the decades and over the years.
And they still do. We have so many immigrants that come in the right way, that go through the right process, and thrive here. And that's who I think it's the biggest slap in the face to when you see illegals coming through the border. It's not that I think those are bad people or that I want harm on those people, but there's certain rules to society, and so many immigrants over the years have followed those rules. And granted, I'll say, I'm sure that process could be sped up and done in a much better way. We were told that everybody that was coming in from the Afghanistan debacle, that these people were being vetted, that these people were, and then we find out months later, well, they weren't really being vetted, So that's where, I have the problem. That's, I'm all for accepting people the right way. And I think most of them would want to do it the right way too. What kind are we supposed to believe that these people want to live that life of being an illegal immigrant, of being labeled as an illegal, of having to worry about being deported at any given time? I'm sure that they don't. And I'm sure if given access and if the process was a little bit easier, that it would be much more successful on every side. But if we did that, Birdie, come election time, we wouldn't have kids in cages, and we wouldn't have talking points where these people could be used as political pawns. And that'll always exist because both sides play that game.
You know how Amsterdam solved the problem of the housing problem. But remember when Senator or Governor, I should say, Governor DeSantis from Florida sent a bus to Washington with people who entered the United States illegally?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he did a month ago, or an island. No, that was a plane from Texas, I think, to an island where all the rich and famous people in the United States have their homes.
Yeah.
They didn't know how to deal with it.
No.
And here's the Dutch solution. What they did is they hired a cruise ship and they put it in the harbor of Amsterdam and have 400 people as guests on that cruise ship with heating and food and beverages, everything for free. And that's hospitality. If you can do that as a country for people who are in need, that is a good thing.
Yeah.
I should really be proud of being Dutch. But what happened? All those refugees coming from safe countries made pictures of the buffets, of the hospitality, of the beds, of everything, and they sent it around in their social media apps, encouraging all friends to come over because free food, free living, and free everything. It has become an industry, and that's the
It has, and it's a strange time that we live in, Birdie, because there was a time where you know, immigrants that were doing that, they were coming there with the clothes on their backs, you know, because they were
Yep.
they weren't coming here
Looking for jobs.
with fresh
Yep.
Nikes on and iPhones. Like that just that statement alone, what you said, they're posting to their social media. And I'm not saying that those people don't deserve it and don't deserve all the things in life that everybody does. I'm in no way saying that. I'm just saying when you have a group of people, and I'm not saying that they're not oppressed either. It's just weird. We watched a caravan from Guatemala walk to America, yet they didn't have bags. They always had fresh clothes on. They all had cell phones. Their shoes weren't even dirty. The time that they told us that it walked, you would have had to basically be walking at the pace of Carl Lewis to get. So it's like, and it's like everything, Bertie. Once you don't believe one thing, you don't, you know, once you lie about one thing, in my mind, you lie about everything. And that's how it is when it comes to that.
But the thing is, we have over 200,000, and that's not a large number in your book because you are United States of America. But for the Netherlands, we are only 17 million people. And to have 200,000 in the first half year visitors, new people, how do we deal with it? We are already the most crowded area in Europe, maybe in the world, except for Bangladesh. How can we deal with this and get people,
That's tough.
learn our ways and acknowledge how we do things. It is so hard, and it's just too much. And this is a discussion that's being avoided by politics, and that's wrong. And I'm discussing it now live on YouTube with you. I don't know if that's a good thing.
You just went on a list.
No, but yeah, people should think about it and talk about it.
Yeah.
And this is only one market. This is the housing market that's under pressure. But we have the energy market that's under pressure. Name me one market that is not under pressure at this moment. The banking system is under pressure. Everything is under tremendous pressure. And why is that? Incompetence or not willing to solve a problem?
Probably a little bit of both, I would say. Probably a little bit of both mixed in with a bigger agenda. You know, it's pretty clear what's going on around the world, and it's just a matter of if people stand up to it.
Did you see the hearing at the Euro Parliament? I'm sure at the other channel we couldn't discuss this, but this is a hearing which is open to the public in the Euro Parliament, where a Dutch representative in the Parliament at an inquiry with Pfizer asked some severe questions. Did you see that video too?
I started watching it. That's the one you sent me this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I started
watching
in Dutch,
it in
but
the car.
end is in English. Just to make sure that everyone understands, I will now change to English, he said.
Yeah, but it's just like the AMC, the GameStop thing, where it's like that stuff. You see concrete evidence, you see concrete facts, you see all the information that just Pfizer alone has put out, and yet people's views on things don't change. And you know, it's nobody wants to admit that they've been fooled. It's one of the hardest things in life to admit. Yes, sir.
I do need to interrupt Tennis's Fiscal here.
Okay.
Hey, Tennis's Fiscal just made a statement. Bertie, greed, power, greed. Yes, absolutely right. Not willing to solve real problems. Absolutely right. The richest people don't give a banana. That's how we say it at this channel nowadays. It's not 816. We We don't curse. We just call bad things banana.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make sure that we are on the same.
Yeah, peace is what it's all about. But it's, I'm hopeful that at some point it's not going to be the leaders that create world peace. I don't think they'll ever be the ones. I think we the people will be the ones that create world peace, and I think it's a slow trajectory. And I'm a hopeless romantic, hopeless whatever you want to call it. But I really feel that as people, and Birdie, I talked about this yesterday. This has happened in my personal life as far as how I look at people throughout the world. And I should have always looked that way. It was wrong of me to not look like that, but I was not. I don't want to say ignorant, but just I looked at people as I kind of let in my own mind other people's governments kind of speak for them. So I don't like Chinese. Not that I hated the people. I just didn't think of them as actual people. I didn't think of them as, wait a minute, these people over on the other side, they're not our enemies. They're not, and eventually it's going to get to a point where I don't know what it's going to take. It's at some point maybe we see people lay down arms and say, what the hell are we doing? We're fighting the elites battles every day. We're killing each other. We're for what? For a little slice of the pie? For the most minuscule, so that we can have enough to get by when we live in the greatest time ever. We have enough resources that everybody could be prosperous. We could be living a much more...
No, we do.
We do.
Absolutely.
And I'm not saying everybody needs to be rich, but you look at my parents' years.
Live a decent life.
That's all. That's all people want. They want to be able to go to work, own a home, and maybe be able to go out to AMC every once in a while and see a movie. We don't ask for much. But that's where their greed is going to be the downfall. That wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to have a middle class. For them, they had to push it. They said, you know what? Why have these people in the middle class when we could just push them all down and create two classes? You're either in it or you're not.
Yep. Hey, shall we do an experiment?
Yes, absolutely.
We are on a very thin line here. But I saw some people, Michael, Yuri, talking about peace. Peace is something, it's highly valued. It is maybe close to heaven if there is world peace. Imagine all the people, John Lennon. But how about some understanding and respect to start with? And because of that, maybe who is for peace talks between the West and Russia at this moment? Throw in a banana.
Elon Musk.
Throw in a banana. Yeah, he is. I read his tweet. Why? What happened to talk in difficult situation?
If you talk, both sides have to come to the table, and both sides kind of have to be revealed for what's really going on. If you avoid talks, you can your narrative can be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah. And that always takes some time, but it is about time that people start talking.
Well, and it's just unfortunate because people can't. Everything has to be so black and white nowadays. Everything has to be this side or that side. It can't be. Listen, I don't live in Russia. I don't know what it's like to live in Russia. If Putin is such a bad guy and he's oppressing his people, then I'm all for his people voting him out or getting him out of power.
But there's no voting in Russia.
I get it. And again, if that's the case, I don't know. I don't live there. If me only being able to trust Western media for what's going on in Russia, then I don't have a clue what goes on there. But it is possible that both sides are bad. It is possible that you could say what Putin's doing is wrong, but what Zelensky's doing is just as wrong. You know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, if you do some research, and I say there's no voting in Russia. No, there's not. Of course, there's not, because it's basically impossible. It is such a vast country with such different traditions, and they need a leader to keep that afloat. That's just history. And yes, I'm all for democracy, but how do you organize that in Russia? That's a hard thing to do.
Right,
But,
and if we want to play world police, like
yeah, but you can't. You can't force a country like Russia
no,
to be a democracy after 89, and then expect it a couple of decades later to be just like America. No, that's not going to work.
it just and I'm not saying communism's right. Like I said, I think the people on both sides are the biggest victims of this. The people that are just living their lives.
No. The tennis is physical. I don't agree on Russia being a communism at this moment. It is. It's in a transition phase. Russia used to be communist, but hey, what's communism? The 0.01% owns everything and the rest not. That's communism in my book. And
sounds familiar.
it changed. It changed. What Yeltsin tried, or Gorbachev opened the doors. Yeltsin tried, and Putin took over when it escalated. And what escalated is the agreements that were made with NATO countries at that moment. And agreements were, for instance, the border between the NATO influence, and that would be the Oder River. As soon as, every newspaper around the world stopped writing about how great it was that Russia is open for business and people could travel and people were more free, then we had some issues. And in 2014, NATO just installed the government in Ukraine, and that was asking for problems. In 2016, we in the Netherlands had a referenda. Is that an English word?
Yeah, referendum.
Referenda. Just everyone in the Netherlands who has voting rights could say yes or no to the entry of Ukraine to the European Union. And keep in mind that a vote of a member in the European Union against or for something where the other countries are against that proposal is a no-go. And we voted against it. Why not? Why did we vote against it? Because it's a corrupt country. It's run by corrupt people. And we all know that. We cannot say it anymore, but it's still the fact. And the Dutch people voted against Ukraine being able to enter the European Union. And that's all fact. It's not hearsay or influencing. No, that's a fact. But what's happening now? They are even proposing Ukraine to enter NATO. NATO is a defense mission. Article 5 is a defense mission. You cannot enter NATO if you are in war. You cannot. That's in the regulations of NATO. How is it possible at this moment that a country like Finland, neighboring Russia, is even considered being a next NATO member? That's against all rules. And people should be aware of it, and people should start talking about it.
Well, we're those people, Bertie.
Yeah, well, at least we are talking about it.
Well, it's like I said, it's so tough to have any kind of discussion because the minute that you and it's so hilarious because if you go back to before this invasion, And there's New York Times articles that back there's I could cite 50 different sources of what Ukraine was. The most corrupt, and when it was came to actual rankings, you had Russia voted number 1 most corrupt country in the world, followed right by Ukraine at number 2. Countless stories about it. But if you even hint that Ukraine's doing something wrong, or that Zelensky is freaking clown shoes, and that it's absolutely ridiculous that this guy could just get on and all he has to do is snap his fingers and demand that the rest of the world protect him, and then you give him a Nobel Peace Prize for his trouble. Here, you've got thousands of your own people killed because the puppets that are running you told you to, but we'll give you a peace. How about a Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, Nobel Peace Prize. The last Nobel Peace Prize that was presented that I considered decent was to Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, and that's a little bit before my time, but yeah. I mean, not before my time. I was alive, obviously, but yeah, but it'll never be that. It'll never be that tennis is physical, because you know what? We can't generate enough money for the people that need to make that money by just defending ourselves. So we can never be America first. We could be America. We could be America police force of the world first.
No. I think there's a lot of truth in what tennis is physical is saying. America first. Okay, I think you should do that. America first. I was all for that 6 years ago, 7 years ago. When was it? The elections in Italy. It is all that election was won by a lady who claimed Italy first. And the same thing happened 2 months ago in Sweden, where the opposition party leader said Sweden first. This is happening in the Netherlands, in Austria. We know it's happening in Australia. It is Australia First. That's a political party. They named it Australia First. Next elections, they will win. New Zealand, same thing happening. Everybody is against Ardern. And that from that you can go on. So yes, we do have the people don't want this war. And that's a big danger to the people in power, because people are standing up. People don't want this.
Yeah, I like to see that.
And if we use the elections everywhere to make a change, yeah, let's do it. Of course it will be a mess afterwards. But hey, that's all. It's all better than fighting each other. Start talking. That's where we came from.
Yeah, and it amazes me, because that's. I remember at the beginning of this conflict, there was a couple instances that hinted towards there was going to be some kind of peace talks, things like that, and then it was just like, nope, peace is done. This is just going to keep happening, and nobody's questioning it. Nobody's questioning now. Now they just keep adding. So I watched an interview yesterday where, first off, they were calling Russia the Soviet Union, and they were doing it on purpose. Okay, I know that he made a mention of nukes. He didn't threaten anybody with nukes, and he didn't mention biological warfare, cyber warfare, things like that, but the mainstream media keeps piling these things on. They show a little clip of Putin talking in Russian so that we don't know what's going on, and then they just make false claims. And why do they have to just escalate stuff that isn't there? And I'm not saying that it's not on the table, that Putin, I don't know what he's going to do to defend himself, but telling putting out messages of him saying, and you remember at the beginning of this conflict when our White House put that out. That, well, you know, we didn't. It was really a rumor, but, you know, I mean, we figured we put propaganda out to combat Russian propaganda. That was what they told us. So it's like it's we do, and you know, every country should be that way, Ant-Man. It's not a.
Hey, Ant-Man, I just posted a link. Please watch this. I'm not gonna put it in the chat. May the Netherlands be second, but watch this. This was really cool, and it's got how many views on YouTube? It's just.
I gotta know. I think I know what that is.
It's really funny. This is really funny.
But yeah, when I say America first, I don't
13
mean,
million people watch this, so please watch this.
I don't mean that America comes first to the rest of the world over everybody, and I think it should be. I think Birdie should live in a land where the Netherlands comes first. I think anybody out wherever you're at, you know, and that's not greedy. And yes, once we get to the point where if we had no homeless people here in America, if all of our veterans were taken care of, things like that, yeah, then let's start helping the rest of the world. Absolutely, but. Take care of your home first, and if everybody cleaned their home up and there wasn't, you know, the need to give doses of democracy throughout the world, then we'd be okay.
That's what people do. They take care of their family first, then their neighbors, then the people who live in the street, then their city or village that they live in, and then the rest. And that's nature, and we are governed by people who don't follow that rule.
And Junk Savvy dropping all kinds of news in here. Thank you so much for all that news, Junk Savvy. I don't want you to think I was ignoring you there, but a bunch of good news. And I love the blue heart for the news. It pops. It lets you know something.
Yeah, that's a good thing too.
But that was interesting. The DOJ investigating whether Credit Suisse continued helping U.S. clients hide assets from authorities 8 years after the Swiss bank paid a $2.6 billion tax evasion settlement.
I need a small break. You called it pressure on the bladder. I feel the same way now. I'll be back in a second.
Take your time, my friend. Yeah, I got to go get Nikki here in a minute. A few minutes. That's true. That's true. On an airplane, put your mask on first, then help others. Yeah. But hey, I'm confident. I'm confident, guys. Listen, I don't want you guys to think I'm just trying to be negative Nelly, pointing out all the bad stuff. That's, you know, we just got to be prepared. We got to be prepared for whatever they throw at us, market-wise, not market-wise. You know, it's... And I agree, Ant-Man. I agree. And it's, you know, it's... I think there's a mix of issues, you know, and it's unfortunate. You know, we see this new leader in Italy, and as soon as she gets elected, she's being called... trying to think of a nice way to say it. You guys know what she's being called. I don't know. It just seems like politics used to be able to exist. You used to be able to have two sides that hashed things out and debated, and maybe the views were different, but there was coexistence. And it's just it's a little bit terrifying that it just seems like, as far as media goes and even social media goes, that one side is being forced. You know, that's the troubling thing. And I'm not saying that everything they do is evil or everything the other side does is right, but neither side should be forced on somebody. And all right, Tennis, going to got worked by those teenagers. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Enjoy your night, my friend. Thank you for the great conversation. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, it is. And there's no difficult questions. There's only thoughts and arguments and talks. So brilliant, Tennis is Physical. Love it.
Oh, Raytheon. They're up 1.5% too. U.S. speeding up the shipment of sophisticated NASAMS air defenses to Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they're speeding up anything down to those people in Florida.
I don't know. We have to ask Enzo.
Well, Grimace finally got his power back on. Grimace was without power for, I think, close to a week. And his house got a little bit of damage. He was down there right in it, but he's back up and running now.
But the markets look green. But someone mentioned in the chat that they were falling back a bit. I hope not.
No,
Nasdaq is basically flat.
Yeah, Nasdaq is basically flat. The S&P is up 0.5%, and the Dow's up 1.2%. Yeah, non-refundable, and I think we should have learned that lesson in the last couple years. And we've seen what could happen. We see what's happening when you rely, and it's not because of any other reason that, when shipping supplies get shut down, things like that, which can happen, even in today's age, as we're seeing right now, as we've seen over the last 2 years, it's all fine and well to rely on places for luxury items, you know what I mean? Things like that, things that don't really matter. But when your supply of antibiotics are coming in from China, it's a little bit different. When your penicillin's coming from China, it's a little bit different. It's and exactly all that stuff should be American made, and like I said, not in a way that's saying, hey, we're better than the rest of the world. When I say, like I said, when I say America first, I say it in the same way that Birdie Hunter should say the Netherlands first. Not in a way of, hey, I think we're better than you, but no, I think our focus, our needs are our needs, and we should focus on that before everything else that we do.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think this Uber Lyft thing could have a bigger potential. It could end up being kind of small potatoes, Junk Savvy, but if that goes across the board to Uber, Lyft, Instacart, DoorDash, Uber Eats, to all those people that currently are self-employed under, an independent contractor filing a 1099, that's a major disruption in a lot of stuff. And it would make sense that they would do something this drastic with the addition of all the IRS agents, things like that, because that's going to make people's life's hell. It's going to bring us back a lot, and I don't know where it'll go. Now, do you guys have things like that over there, Birdie? I know we've talked about this a little bit in the past. Do you have like an independent contractor that would be like an Uber driver or something like that, and are they considered employees?
Yeah, we have major issues in the taxi industry. We've had it over a decade. And to get a license like your yellow cabs in New York, to get a license like that in the Netherlands is really, really difficult. And then Uber stepped in. They messed up that whole market for 3-4 years, and there were huge lawsuits and cases, like people defending their business, and then all of a sudden it faded away. And now Uber, we call it Uber because it's the U with 2 dots on top, and that's German. It is Uber is translated over. That's the English word.
Mm.
And people should realize that. Because this is planned. They got licensed and they take over the taxi industry. And the name is Uber, and that's German for over. We take over.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you think you think maybe that's in play over here because they're
I think it is. Of course it is. They take over the taxi industry globally.
Wow, I never looked at it that way. Very interesting.
No, but that is one of the benefits if you speak several languages.
Yes.
You know what's happening.
Yeah, and then like I said, it's.
And if you don't, just ask me.
And the way that this is going to affect jobs reports and everything too is
yeah.
Because okay, so like I said, so somebody that has a full-time job, if they do say Uber one night a week, now that's going to be looked at as another employee, another job that they can.
Yeah.
Just seems very fishy.
Yeah.
So I didn't even know that was an allegation. Junk Savvy saying Elon Musk denies report he spoke with Putin before peace tweets. And that exactly is what I'm talking about. That the idea of tweeting something that could lean towards a peaceful resolution is looked at so terribly that they have to accuse him of having talked to Putin because he couldn't come up with that idea on his own. Like, I don't know.
All of a sudden, I don't hear you anymore.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've got to go in about 3 minutes to go get the little guy from school.
Okay.
And I don't know if Enzo's back yet. I don't know if
I don't know where he is.
he wants to.
Is he in the charting room?
I don't think so. I think he had to go get his son from school. He's still in this room.
His charter room. But that's in the do not enter room. That's kind of funny. But Amir is in the. Well, he's not live with his charts, but yeah.
Okay.
How long will you be away, MIA? Are you planning to come back?
That I'm not sure of yet. I won't be back till a little bit after 3.
Okay.
I don't want to keep people waiting around. But I told them, you guys, still trying to figure out the exact times of when we're gonna do this. Don't want to promise you guys, hey, we're gonna be here this time to this time. The only guarantee right now is 9 a.m. every morning, and then kind of going from there. Like I said, I don't really want to. I don't want to do anything where we just leave a stream up, mainly because we have 2 different Discords that I know most of you guys are either in one or the other. We've got a place to congregate, so I don't want to make you guys feel beholden to a stream that you have to watch all the time. You know, I would rather us do it, put out quality, and then let us focus on other stuff. And then, like I said, there's always... both Discords, there's always people in there, always people, you know.
Sure.
So yeah.
So I can hang around for maybe 15 minutes. Esther's in the kitchen at this moment.
Okay.
It'll take at least a quarter of an hour when we have our dinner.
Does it smell okay today?
No, it's the pans are not on the fire yet, so I cannot report on how it smells.
Oh, that was the funniest thing I heard in a long time yesterday, Bertie.
I don't know.
Because you were just so honest, and I know you didn't. I only thought it was so funny because I know you didn't mean it in the way that it sounded to us Americans. When I asked you how dinner was smelling, and
Okay.
you were just okay. Like, okay. Not great, not just okay.
No, if it was steak, I would have said it was amazing, but that was
Gotcha.
not it. So, hey, being honest.
That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. All right, yeah. If you want to hang around for a minute, I will. I'm gonna leave the stream up.
I will
I'm
do
gonna
that.
run. And maybe
Until,
continue. Yeah, until you got to do something.
until Esther says, hey, Bertie, it's time to
Absolutely.
come to the dinner table. And then I will listen, of course.
Perfect.
So I can do that if people enjoy it. If not, please say so, and then we'll meet in some Discord, either Bullfrogs or Enzos.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter to me. I'm gonna be hanging around anyway. So if there's any questions for a crazy Dutch guy, please, this is your shot.
Perfect.
And MIA, second day.
We made it through another one almost.
Yeah, almost. And great to have that place back.
Yes, sir.
Take care of your business.
I
Speak
will.
to you later.
All right, thank you, my friend. Guys, I'll be back shortly, and we'll go till at least 4 when I get back, just so you guys know.
Okay. Can you swap at least to the spy?
Absolutely.
That large green and red mix. We can
there
if
you go.
things change, we can put it in the chat.
Alrighty, you got the spy up there now, and I will return.
I don't see the spy. Maybe you do, but I don't.
Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, give it just a quick second for the delay.
Oh,
but
yeah,
he
of
showed
course.
up there.
Yeah. My bad. Sorry.
All good. All right, I'll be back.
There we go.
guys.
Okay, that was MIA. He is off to collect Nikki from school. So, you know what to do, guys. Not green, but show the man some love. That's a better color, Caesar C. Thank you. Does Bertie have a camera? Yes, I do, but I do not have access to the YouTube charts. So I cannot put up my camera in this screen yet, but maybe we should work on it. If you would like that, we can surely fix that. And I kind of agree. It is really better to look someone in the face that is talking to you. So, anything you want to know, ask me now. I'll be here for, say, 15 minutes. While I'm at it, we can discuss it. Here you go, Lady Robin, whatever. Nowadays, although Lady Robin, whatever, when I travel through the Netherlands, we have the flag, the Dutch flag, red, white, and blue. We have it the other way around because people are not agreeing with our government. But red, white, and blue, that's really clever. Yeah, non-refundable, I agree. And Santa, I completely agree. And I saw what happened. And just be aware that Enzo and MIA are really focused on making this happen. And I called that yesterday evening after the screen, and this morning, my morning, I had a really good conversation with Enzo, only short with MIA, and we are trying to get things working. So yes, that will be an issue, that $100 play. I don't know how it ended. I think it was a bit messy in the setup. We should work on that. Enzo is really capable of doing that, and he will be doing that, and he will show you how to make $25 from 100 using his charting techniques. He is able to do that. And today it was not clear, and there were a lot of things going on. MIA had to use the bathroom and came back and then started talking about every thing that happened in the chat. But we should separate that. And I totally agree, because this is a learning situation where people can learn. It was said, don't follow that trade, just watch and see what happens, and then learn from it, and maybe someday you can do that on your own. And it takes a lot of study and knowledge to be able to do that. Enzo has that knowledge. He absolutely does, because I followed his trades for a couple of weeks now, and yes, he knows his stuff. And what we do need to improve is how to explain it in what we call Jip and Janneke taal for a 5-year-old. Why do you enter a trade at that moment? When do you leave the trade at that moment? And the why is more important as an education. I will, of course, give my feedback after today to MIA and Enzo, and we are trying to improve every day. And please comment, please leave a comment, reach out to us so that we can improve. Oh, you got a 10% trade. Here you go. MIA giving the answer. He entered that trade, and that was not clear to everyone. Bought at 69 cents, so $69 in fact, and sold at $76 because options are times 100. So that's a gain. It's a win. Yeah, non-refundable. I think. What's your guess on the ape bottom? I think they will try and push it below $1. If you look at the chart, I wish I could show you the chart, but hey, you have your own broker account. Look at the chart since the open. They've been pushing it down. And their goal is to push it below 0. That's their goal, because then they don't have to buy it. But will they achieve it? I don't think so. I think that if they are able to push it below $1, a lot of people will step in person. And all those persons who are stepping in will buy a banana load of ape because they know what's going on. So I don't see ape actually being under $1 for a long time. It might be for a short time. But hey, again, it's only my opinion. You ask for my opinion, here it is. Yeah, do we see all-time lows? I think we are seeing low prices on AMC Ape combined. I still consider that one price. So 616 AMC down 3.07%, and Ape is at 1.7. I need glasses to see this, or zoom out. So 790. It's lower than I ever expected it to be. Caesar C, thank you for being here. I hope you play golf, but it's a meeting, probably business. See you later, Caesar C. I think we are quite low at the moment. And what I always did is keep an eye on BBBY. Let's see what they are doing now. BBBY for a very long time was a stock that was a meme stock that was moving first. If they were all of a sudden up 10 or 20% on a day, you could see moves afterwards on AMC and GameStop, maybe a day or 3 days after that move on Bed Bath & Beyond. But they are on a similar trip. They're just shorting it down. And if you look at GameStop, GME, and look at the 6 month, that's the difference. If you look at all the meme stocks, Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC, Ape, well, Ape is not really a good reference because it's a new equity. Goals, stocks like that, and then compare it to GameStop, they somehow they cannot push it lower. So my holding on GameStop is not moving. Yeah, well, this week it went to 27. Now it's back to 25 and 24, and then 26. They can't get it lower for some reason, and that reason is probably because of a lot of people DRSing GameStop. I know about quite some people in Europe that did the same thing, AMC. But then there's the diversion. People outside of the United States can still not buy Ape. The buy button is not there. You cannot buy Ape outside of the United States unless you know a way around. For instance, the Irish broker company Interactive Brokers, they will allow you to buy Ape. But that's the only way to buy Ape in Europe, and people don't know that. And this is why it is so easy to dump fake shares of Ape into the market and lower the price. If only America can buy Ape, it's not hard to dump the price. Yeah, Sundial. Cos. Bed Bath. Yeah, it's still, yeah, they're still shorted. They haven't closed the short positions, otherwise they would have run up. We haven't seen a run up. Hills Bills, what's going on here? We are trying to set up a YouTube channel around MIA. By the way, maybe you recognize my voice. I am Birdie Hunter. And MIA just went to school to pick up his son. But welcome here. So I'm stepping in until my wife calls me to join the dinner table, and that will be very short from here. But good to see you anyway. What's GameStop doing now? It's only 1.64% in the green today. Trading at 25.47. It's been trading sideways for an hour now. And if you look at the chart, I specifically asked for the SPY to be put on. It's trading sideways too. They were scaring people off in the first 2 hours of trading with a lot of small red candles in a row, and then it crossed VWAP and then crossed back over it again. But yeah, they are basically, if you ask me, preparing for the real trading days with high volatility on Thursday and Friday. CPI's numbers come out on Thursday, and then all the big banks with their earning reports on Friday. Non-refundable, I don't know. I don't know about Sundial. I did not. I never owned Sundial shares, to be honest. And me being Dutch, where marijuana is just not a big issue, I learned about that being an issue when people I met at the other channel were talking about, hey, I'm buying this and I'm buying this, and heaven on earth, we can smoke. That has been in my life for 30 years. So I don't see any company making large profits in that, because it's been around and people grow it at home in the Netherlands and in Europe. Excuse me. So how can you make a business out of this? If you guys in the United States were in my position, you would say, hey, you can just go across the street and buy it if you want to. Why is there a company investing large amounts of money in producing something that's called a medicine, but it's readily available everywhere in Europe, basically? So I don't see it long term. I don't see it. Maybe short term, because you have a changing demand and supply. If a company would enter the European market and say, hey, we are building a big plant to grow marijuana, I would say that's not such a clever investment, because everyone in Europe knows how to grow it on their own. And we don't need a company to do it. Inside information from Europe to the United States, here you go. Is there a short play in that? Yes, of course there is. You've seen the numbers. Would I buy it personally? No. No. GameStop, AMC are my short plays. Let's check on HKD, Chinese IPO. Well, it's still holding. It's still holding. 44.88 plus 47.53%. It ran up all the way to 56 US dollars, that is. That's clear to me. Let's check out on Megel, MEGL. Another IPO. They pushed that down. Only up 3.56% to 97. Yeah, the biggest play was HKD. But it's clear to me that when the markets are going down, like they have done after the last 3 trading days, including today, that they need some collateral. So they pushed it up, and now there is no option play possible. But maybe they find a way to short it back down. Hey, C Santa. Good to see you in the chat. Now that you've traded a lot on the SPY over the last couple of weeks, what's your guess? Is it going up or is it going down? And then not what you wish because of your options you're holding, but what do you see on the chart? There's another familiar face. Karin, Aka, Rosie, the truth shall overcome. Wait, Birdie, huh? Very familiar voice. Been a long time. Yes, it has been. It is funny when we started this project yesterday morning. All the familiar faces we have seen since, and we are just happy. This is MIA's channel. Enzo worked really hard to get this going, and MIA is my friend, so I just support him, and that's how it goes here. Yeah, it is consolidating. See Santa, and okay. Give me your next shot. What after the consolidation period? Is it going up or down? And then I'll tell you what I believe. I think you already know what I believe. Yeah, Karin, I think you probably have missed me leaving the other channel because I took on a job, and that was basically it is half a year ago, and I was just in the chat. I still have that job, so I'm not available to do anything more than that I'm doing now. But hey, it's almost 8:45 in the evening at my place. So at the evenings, I'm available to talk to you guys if you like that. If not, I'll be in the chat just like you. Here you go, C Santa. C Santa thinks SPY is gonna run up. until Friday and pull the rug. I think myself the same thing. It's gonna run up, but not until Friday, until Thursday. And the CPI data will come out. So we are on the same page. It is now Tuesday, an hour and 20 minutes to go into the trading close. And tomorrow we'll see a run up. And then on Thursday, we get the CPI data. And that will be the pivot point. If the CPI data, if inflation has run up, the market will respond negatively, and then the banking earnings could change that around again. Although I do believe that the banking earnings are not going to be very positive. And with that, guys, I do get that call. Maybe I'll be able to come back in, say, half an hour, but I do not make any promises on that. I wish you all the best for today, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow. I am going to enjoy my dinner. See you later, guys.
What's up, guys? I made it back. Good to see good to see some of you guys stuck around. Appreciate that. We got 53 minutes left in the Trader Day. Day number 2 in the books. Awesome with Birdie. Seeing some of the chat. Let me know about the music. I can raise that end and raise our mics a little bit if that'll help. I know it's different on different on different devices, so let me know. Hey, boy, oh boy, the markets took a turn for the worse while I was gone. NASDAQ down near those daily lows, down 1.4%. S&P down 0.87%, and the Dow down 0.06%. Check that big old heat map real quick. Hey, Corinne, what's up, girl? Good to see you. Good to see you. Second very familiar face to see today, amongst others. But great to see you. Appreciate the well wishes. Hope you were doing well. Great to see you. Great to see Gen Mac coming through. Very, very cool. Glad to know you guys are doing good, and awesome to see you. Levels are great on the laptop. Perfect. Appreciate that. Yeah, because mine on my phone, even at the high, even with my volume all the way up, the music's a little bit low. But that's just me. It's good trying to find a balance with our mics, and we get there. Doing great. Awesome, awesome, awesome to hear. Very cool. So yeah, the market not so good. GameStop holding some green. GameStop 25.25. Ape all the way down now at 175. AMC at 611. Let's check out the heat map. See where the heat's at. It's strange for the market being down so much, how much green's on that heat map now. You got most of medical, with the exception of diagnostics and research. All the rest of this medical, bright green. Consumer defensive, been green all day. Consumer cyclical picked up here in the afternoon, as well as industrials. Energy, big portions of the energy sector now going green. Kind of makes me want to play something to the upside here at the end of the day. With all these sectors going green, I mean, you still have some powerhouses down. Microsoft here, Apple here, Verizon, JP Morgan, or Visa, MasterCard. Financial sector still getting hammered. I don't know. And yes, that trade earlier, so I got in at 69 cents. It ran up to 89 cents, and I held a little bit too long. I should have took it at 89, but instead it started dropping. I had a stop loss set at that point. It kicked in at 10% gains. So bought at 69, sold at 76. But it was a contract that expired at the end of the day today, so I didn't want to get caught in it. And it never went red. I didn't allow it to go red. So in my mind, it was a good trade. 10% is 10%. $7 is $7. The way I see that is once you feel comfortable with it, I could have easily bought 10 contracts there as opposed to one. It would have been the same play, basically. So just saying, not financial advice, obviously, and never go into it blind. Know what you're getting yourself into, all that stuff. Okay, the balance is good. If I can raise them equally, awesome.
Yeah, that's usually what my thought is. If it's too high, you can turn it down. If it's too low, and again, every phone's different, every TV, everything like that. So if you have it, in my case, where I turn the volume all the way up, still can't really hear the music. But I just turned them both up a little bit there, equally. Yeah, is it Thursday or Thursday and Friday? I know we get a big dose of banking earnings, and with Jamie Dimon, you know, I mean, kind of softening the blow, I guess. Maybe we don't see as much of a runoff Junk Savvy after the earnings as we see all the way right into it. That's what it is, Tiny. Well, you know, when you have awesomeness coming from this way, awesomeness coming from this, it's sometimes an overload. Okay, now you hear it. Is it too overpowering? If you turn the volume down, is it okay? I'm not an audio guy, I'm sorry. What's up, Heidenreich? Good to see you back. Good to see you back. All right, perfect. Yeah, let me know what you think of the music. Like I said, it's a little bit of a mashup, and I'm gonna try to keep adding to it. It's work in progress, like everything else. And trust me, as soon as that bell dings, I'm going to get the boy fed, get him some dinner, and I'll be right back working on this. See, I gotta get used to being on at this end of the day stuff. This is when I normally get FOMO. This is when I start wanting to make plays, and I need to avoid that a little bit. Although, like I said, with I expect a little bit of upside going into here, going into the close. Not looking that way though. NASDAQ falling further, down 1.79. Maybe we finish down 2%. S&P down 1.2, and the Dow down 0.32. So PPI numbers tomorrow, different than usual. Usually have CPI numbers followed up by PPI numbers. A little bit different this month. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you guys and playing on my phone. My E-Trade account is already up on my phone, so it's just easier for me to go in here. 3 days left. That's it. Oh. It's going to be an interesting rest of the week, Brandy. Lots of financial data. I love it when a good financial collapse comes together. Oh, that's great. So when do we see the run-up before the storm? Is it going to be tomorrow? Do we get somewhat decent PPI numbers tomorrow? You have to think that those will be influenced by the energy costs being under control the last month. I don't know enough about everything that goes into PPI too, and I'm gonna dig into this tonight because I have to think that the cost of production, even in relation to inflation, I don't know what the effect has with everybody having laid people off. How is that against inflation? So maybe we get it in artificial type good PPI numbers tomorrow. See a little bit of a run up. Yeah, okay, so explain that to me a little bit, Bratney, as far as that pension fund. Again, I just caught the article this morning, watched a little bit of a video on it, didn't really get enough data to process it, and don't quite know the extent of how pension funds work over there. I'm sure that they're very similar to pension funds here. I'm not sure what that means, Caesar. Thank you. I think. Is that a good thing? I don't think it's a matter of if, Bratney. I think it's a matter of when. You can't feel guilty about other people's work, and you can't feel guilty about capitalizing on that kind of stuff. There's gonna be a bottom. Maybe we keep getting the slow bleed into it. Maybe it's a drastic event where we hit the bottom. But that's like saying, if you got some cash on the sidelines and you buy at the bottom, are you gonna feel guilty? No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't at all. Same thing, same way of when you buy a put, you shouldn't feel guilty. You're not actively trying to put that company out of business. There was a big correlation between any kind of playing downside and being linked in with you're a scumbag hedge fund short. Oh, you're making a bet. Okay. The collateral they have is being eroded by interest rates, lack of faith in the GBP, and thus started selling bonds to meet equity requirements. The problem being they all did the same thing, as Bank of England stepped in and said, we will put a float, not sure that next word. So what, okay, yeah, just explain that real quick. For the next 2 weeks, people were like, oh well, BOE backstop, and they just said, nah mate, we done buying in 72 hours. So they're completely out of the bond. They're completely not buying any more bonds after 72 hours. Okay, a Bush fund, maybe a Fern fund. A Fern fund started out small. You know. Oh, don't say sorry. Don't say sorry. Come on now. No need for that. Well, and you know, I mean, are they on the level? I don't know. I mean, we heard the Fed say last year that they were going to start trimming their balance sheet. And I think there was at least 3 or 4 different times that, you know what I mean, we had Maury Povich moments where they said they were trimming their balance sheet, but the records would show that their balance sheet was at the same time increasing. So the NASDAQ recovered a little bit here at the end. Now only down 1.4%. S&P down 0.87%. The Dow down 0.07%. That's a good question, Brittany. I guess it could be a lot of things. What? I mean, one of the obvious would have to be with Russia stepping up the offensive. Maybe some kind of NATO action. I don't know. Maybe they see that. Maybe they see just the maybe they know that CPI is going to be horrible. And I don't know. Don't really know, but obviously when something like that gets expedited and the time, you know, a specific time frame gets moved up, you have to think that there's a reason behind it. There you go. Keep some green on the screen. Well, maybe that could be a clue towards the bigger picture. Maybe we are headed towards a full-blown. I don't know if I would say economic collapse, a full-blown fiat currency collapse, Mr. Burry. And, you know, another thing that used to be only talked about in conspiracy circles and things like that was the introduction of a digital dollar. Now we see the Feds come out and said that they've been working on it. I think most of the conspiracy behind it is a one global currency type deal. I don't think we're there yet, but does it start on a national level? Do we start with the Fed coin or Fed Go? I forget what they're calling it, and go from there. And if that's the case, do we get that collapse now? Are people riddled enough with debt right now to be able to sign up for that? Because I think there's going to be a pushback. Maybe not a big pushback, but people aren't going to be happy to see fiat currency just gone. Okay, people still don't want everything that they do tracked, traced. So the workaround of that is creating such a burdensome debt on everybody that they're, you know what I mean? If debt forgiveness is incentivized, is a way to get us to sign up for the digital dollar, I'm not going to blame people. If you're in a bad situation and it's a way to get out of debt, I imagine holding stocks overnight when the Bank of England is telling you nothing will save this market. Hills Bills, what's up? What's up, what's up? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Just wrapping up here. Here for the end. My prime time hours are 9 a.m. But we're going the distance today. Again. How are things up in Canada? Everything seems to be doing good. We have we got a lot of border action here right now, Hills, which is good and bad. Lot of shopping going on. I don't know what your prices. I don't know what we have. I'm sure some of our products are cheaper here and vice versa. But since kind of some of the easing at the border, definitely seen a big influx of shoppers on this side, which is mutually beneficial. You know what I mean? They get to take a short ride to, get a cheaper cost of anything. I wish we were able to kind of do it both ways and we could get our hands on some of the lower cost prescriptions and things like that over there that are a little bit more of a hassle. Living a live action Doomsday movie up there. Oh, come on. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. But great to see you either way. Appreciate the support, all that good stuff. Thought we were gonna end with some green, guys. Not looking that way. But you know what? Tomorrow's gonna be a new day. We're gonna get up. We're gonna have that PPI numbers 8:30, and then roll right into the day. That should occupy the news tomorrow morning. So we'll dissect that, see what we can do. Music's a little loud now. Hey, this is the only way that we're gonna get it right. And you know what? It might be certain songs because I put it onto one track but wasn't able to adjust volumes and stuff. So I will keep tweaking it. I closed my portfolio 6 months ago and focused on other things. I opened it today and it's not better. Well, I'm sure those other things, I've seen some of the remodels you've done. Keep it up. Keep it up. I see you're doing your thing. Very proud of you. I know you are you're a busybody. You don't sit still. You go out and get what you want. So nothing wrong with that. The bottom will come, though. The bottom will come, Hills. We know what's gonna happen. Rock it till the wheels fall off. That's all, and then we go from there. But still gains to be made. Still gains to be made on a daily basis. And the proof's in the pudding. I made $7 today on a trade. But that $7 was 10%, so just saying. All right, half hour left here, guys. 27 minutes to be exact. I'm not going to bother with the spiel because I'm sure everybody that's in here has already liked and subscribed, and I appreciate that. Couldn't do this without you guys. All right, portfolio. Look at that. The Dow went green. See, I told you we were going to get a little bit of green somewhere. The Dow went green. NASDAQ, nah. S&P, nah. All kinds of gains. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. I like those small trades. $7, yeah, literally $7. No, yeah, no. Busybody is a term of endearment down here. It means, well, to me, anyways. Maybe I'm completely off. It means somebody that just doesn't sit back and let life happen. Somebody that that makes their own destiny. You know, that's all. Not a bad thing. Exactly, Kieran. You know what's up. And like I said, once, you know, high-paced options trading like that isn't something that I've done. So it's kind of new to me, and I'm kind of, you know, just trying to get my feet wet. Oh, my nerves are shot. That's not even, actually, they're good now. It was a stressful couple weeks. You know, it always is. Anytime you're making big life decisions, you know, and obviously any of you guys that are parents out there, you know, it's twice as stressful, because you have to accept the responsibility of somebody else. So, that would be like you know what? I guess people probably use that for that same thing here, Hills Bills. I could see someone like taking it that way, of a busybody as being someone in everyone's business. I told you guys I was probably wrong. When it comes to sayings, you know, it's I'm not the best at them. I know them how I grew up. I love the people I grew up with. Some of them weren't the smartest, and we didn't have Google to go back and make sure the term was right. You just memorized it however you heard it and moved on. So 3 days, that's it. And what are the odds of them making this happen in 3 days, Bratney? A $1.5 trillion pension business. 3 more days to finish rebalancing after decades of easy money. The question is, like, is it 3 more days? Have they done anything to try to balance it? Or is it now they ain't got, it's like, oh, now you got 3 days. You ain't done nothing for however many years. I can't talk those, got gut, Birdie, gisteren, was verjaden dus flink getaten afgahin dagen. Did you get that, Birdie? Well, thank you, Hills. I'm quite proud of the $7. I'm only proud of it because I did get out at a good time. And again, spend $69 to get 76. It's better than a scratch off. Why are you cheesing over there, Kieran? Cheesy McCheese face. 22 minutes left, guys. Mardanka Jewel. Interesting. Is that a laptop feature? Maybe? Come on, baby. See the spy keep pumping here. Oh, nice, Caesar. Spent 40 to make 15 on your parlays this weekend. Not bad for your first time. Not bad for any time. Awesome. Okay, Corinne. I think a lot of folks did that. I think a lot of folks, and not even by making bad plays. I think just, it was just the way of the world, the way of the market. But at least you got smart. Bought a house, putting your money into that. Fantastic. That is gains. Again, just like with Hills Bills, I know she's been doing a lot of renovating on personal properties as well as is on as a business itself, and that's awesome. Take the bull by the horns. I love it. Close it again and check in another 6 months. That would be a very interesting. If you could keep that discipline, Hills, I would love a reaction video on that. I would love a reaction video. Uh-oh. Oh, jeez. It really is. Tiny. I can't listen to it, Tiny, because it'll come through here. But I see the, I know where it's going. Well, I would agree with that 98% of the time, Kieran. That yes, there's definitely a lot less risk in real estate. Two things that I would point out though in that. Number one, you've seen a lot of people get burned in the last couple years when houses flew. So you got people that got out of their house to get into a bigger house, and now the value of those houses are going to come back down. So you can lose out on that. But yeah, it's not going. And then the other situation with where does it go to? And Kieran, you know about this firsthand, the situation with farmers over where you guys are. And I'm not saying that really affects real estate, but if that goes to the next level, if a home ownership becomes, the next villain, you never know. Eminent domain is real. It's I seen it in action in my city when they built the casino down there. and it was for the best at that point because it was all out-of-town investors that were holding properties, refused to sell. We're only renting it to Section 8. Not that there's anything wrong with Section 8, but there is something wrong when the people that are providing that housing aren't upkeeping the houses, things like that. And they're not renting to Section 8 people because they're trying to help them out. They're renting to them so that they can be off-site in a different state, in a different country, collecting that guaranteed check, having to do the utmost minor of upkeep. So when they made the casino, they offered these people good money too. And people, local people that own the houses, they took the money and relocated. It was a great deal, but the people that stood their ground were outside investors, and eventually eminent domain kicked in, and they were able to build the casino after all. I didn't know that, Ron. And in Canada, you win all the money. Yeah. Well, that's like that last big one, Ron. That was that was one of the best memes out there when it was like it was like a big banner congratulating the IRS. You know what I mean? Because I think it was over $1 billion, and after taxes and the lump sum and everything, I think $300 million. And don't get me wrong, $300 million is plenty. I'm not complaining there, but it's crazy, you know, like $700 million just bam. Oh, nice, Corinne. Yeah, it's definitely, you know, when you talk about large investments, it's by far, I would say, the safest. When you're putting that kind of money into an investment, real estate is, you know, I'm sure that there's some much safer, you know, mutual funds, things like that out there. But you really can't go wrong with real estate. Oh, you won 2 more tickets for the next one. I always get that on Take Fives here. And it's good and it's bad, but that, you know, they know what they're doing with that. Yeah, it is rookie numbers. You guys probably do, like, you know, my knowledge of the Canadian government very limited. The one great thing that I applaud on the Canadian government from a visual aspect for me is the waterfront property, and I'm not sure where the funds come from. I know I know casino revenue goes right back into the waterfront over there, as opposed to here, where casino revenue goes throughout the state. It doesn't really stay too much in here. So they dump it right back into the waterfront, and the proof's in the pudding. You go and you stand at the Niagara Falls, look on both sides, and it's night and day. Canada's light years ahead of us. You know, I'll send you a list of what it is, Kieran, because I'm not sure which one's which, because I've mashed them all together. And I did it after the Raiders game last night. I was putting them together and I was kind of half asleep. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was trying to mix them up. So you guarantee you're going to be a millionaire by this time next month. Want to know how? I'm interested if I really do want to know how. And good afternoon, my lady. Great to see you. And yes, 100% Birdie, patience is always the key. Probably take some weeks after a major bankruptcy for the memes to fly. Okay. There better be a cheesy punchline, Mr. Glitch, aka Michael Burry's sack. Okay. If it's not a scam, if it's not a joke, I wanna know what it is. I don't know what all those words mean, Mr. Burry. Going to Bali, Indonesia, so 10 gap is 200,000. I don't know. So I will take the 100 GBP. This that same scam you were pulling with bull coins, Mr. Burry? You're gonna go exchange some money. You're gonna go exchange some money that gives you like a million. You're gonna be a millionaire in some weird currency over there that we don't know about. I'm so confused. It's been a long day. And look at that. And that's how you can quickly turn that $7 gain that I made earlier. Well, I just made another $6 right there. Played that SPY to the upside. I told you I thought there was going to be a little upside. This one was even bigger percentage-wise. This was about a 40%er because I just bought the contract for $17 and turned around and sold it for $23. You know what I meant. You know I didn't mean scam. You know what I was saying. Never that. And trust me, Bratney, much appreciated for everything you've done for myself and for the communities over the last 2 years. So yeah, guys, if you want to make easy money, if you too want to make $13 tomorrow without even breaking a sweat, tune in to Outside the Charts. So what are you saying? We need more relaxing stuff? Is this too upbeat for you, Karen? I thought this was pretty low. I was going to bless you guys with some elevator music, but I'm like, man, people are going to be snoring in the chat. Then I thought maybe I'd get some techno to go. 9 minutes, guys. 9 minutes. Like Junk Savvy said, if you have any call options expiring, be sure to check those out. And I would post that last trade, but it's kind of embarrassing. I mean, percentage-wise, it's not. And again, I have a little bit more time to actually play these options now. A little less pressure. So, to turn 17 bucks into 23, I'll take it all day. But yeah, I'm going to keep scouring for music. If anybody has anything or any of you guys make any music out there, you know, let me know. And then be sure to tune in 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for day 3. KPRX doing a thing. Tennis is physical. I think he already had a position. I think he averaged down earlier, but I know he picked some KPRX up on a dip. And yes, I'll tell you what, that guy sniffs out a rip. He knows when a rip's coming. I don't know if it's all that tennis that he plays. I don't know what it is, but he sniffs that rip out, does he not? The thing traded down and then traded sideways all pretty much from morning till night. Hit a low of 668, now just been running up, back up at 775. Mr. Birdie Hunter, thank you, my friend. Thank you for coming in, for talking, for holding it down. Love having you here, and I can't wait to do it all over again tomorrow. But before that, let's finish what we started. We still got 6 minutes. Nothing's finished. Okay, so what does that mean there, Kieran? Welter Houston. Does that mean have a good night? Welter Houston? Take one quick look at the big heat map just before we close here, just to get a little. So, lots of red, lots of red. That's true, Crypto. You know, not so much embarrassed, just posting a $7 gain doesn't seem right, but I hear you. And again, it's all about percentage. In that one, like I said, $17. I held it for about 12 minutes and sold it for 23. And, you know, had I had a little bit more confidence in what I'm doing there, Crypto, like I said, I could have easily bought 10 of those contracts. Now, obviously, when you get to big amounts, things like that, if you're buying, you know, 50 contracts at a time, things like that, it's going to affect price action. But I could have made the same move and you know, spent 170 and hopefully it turned it into 230. All about perspective. Very true. Very true. And that was why I was happy with the $7 gain originally, because I got a little bit greedy. Even after knowing, you know, that I was looking for 20% gains, it got a little bit above that. I set it at 25% with a 10% or 15% from their stop loss, so that it would the stop loss would essentially trigger at 10% gains, which it did. I was fine with, because right after that stop loss, it went right down. So, oh, Angela Lansbury, I'm gonna sound completely cold. I guess just because she hasn't been in the limelight in a while. But yes, that's very, very sad. One of my only memories of my grandmother as a child, she loved Murder, She Wrote. So I remember watching it with her. One of the few memories, you know, it's, that's a shame. But the bright side of it was, you know, she lived a long, lustrous life and, was able to bless us with some amazing, again, and I don't know much of her other work, but Murder, She Wrote did it for me. I was a huge fan as a kid. And then kind of after my grandma passed away, I kept watching it, you know, because it reminded me of her. That's a great way to look at that too, Junk Savvy. $7 in 12 minutes is $35 an hour. Very true. She was 96. God bless her. God bless her. You know, it's never not sad to see somebody pass away, but it does soften the blow a little bit when it's when they've got to live that kind of life. And it was it. I loved it. Grumpy. And you know, it's it's because of that. You know, we're here. We got 2 minutes left, and Randy, I'm sure is out handling personal business. But everybody, please take a second to think about him and what his family's going through, and you know, it's he is definitely family here, and when family's hurting, you know, we all got to pitch in. So. It is crypto. It's so true. It's so true. And you know, I used to not think discipline was as important as it is when trading, especially like that. And that's, you know, that's something that I'm trying to work on, and that's why I'm celebrating it, because I stuck to the plan, set the limits that I wanted, and achieved the outcome that I wanted. You know, you got to start everything on a smaller scale. You don't just, you know, you play craps for the first time. You don't just go, you know, cash in your savings account and throw it in. You learn the ins and outs first a little bit. Ron, now I feel old. Watch, we just watched it. We watched it right when October came. If you guys ever remember The Worst Witch, on it was an HBO movie back in the day. She wasn't in it, but Mrs. Garrett was in it. I forget her real name. What's Mrs. Garrett's real name? But she was in it, and Tim Curry was in it. Anything can happen on Halloween. Your dog could turn into a cat. Hey. You watch that, you'll feel old. Because when you watch those movies that like are so cheesy, and it's like watching Labyrinth, because you know it came out when you were alive, but yet the technology was so horrible. Edna, why can't I think, you know, Charlotte Rae, there, yes. And I feel terrible for that, because she appeared in some of my favorite sitcoms, and I can usually tell you who played the third sister in 80s sitcoms that no one even knew about. Charlotte Rae, that was it. All right, guys, the market is now closed. The NASDAQ finished down 1.1%. S&P closed down 0.66%, and the Dow closed in the green, up 0.12%. So, guys, with that being said, it's so weird. I gotta get used to this saying hello and saying goodbye. Obviously, situation was different before. It'd be handing you guys off to somebody or something like that. But yeah, I'm going to wrap up here. But again, thank you guys so much for showing up, showing out, all the love, all the support, all the familiar faces. I can't say enough. I can't say enough. I could not be happier. It is really all about quality and not quantity. Sure, we want to grow this channel, but it means nothing if we don't have the core people that are here right now. And I'm going to be right back to work, guys. I'm going to go get Nikki some supper, and I will be right back. So anybody that has some suggestions, please know, especially with you guys, I'm never going to take offense to anything. I'm never going to... I'm not saying I'm going to be able to do every suggestion or anything like that. But absolutely, I know you. I want you guys to help make this the best experience for you. So any criticism, trust me, I'm a big boy. I could take it. Junk Savvy will tell you. But for real, I want to I'll bust my ass to make sure that you guys have the community that you deserve, and we're gonna do it. Jen, Matt, so awesome to see you. Corinne, Hills Bills, really cool. Everybody else, obviously, I'm not disregarding you guys. I've got to see you guys the last couple days, but the seeing some familiar faces, my heart is full, and love you guys. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Everybody have a fantastic night. Hug a loved one, hug a dog if you got to, whatever you got to do. All right, guys, much love. I will see y'all in the morning.